guest for my guest for today, and we shall also be reading your text messages. The number that we're using, if you want to be part and parcel of today's SDG and U program, is 0978 2801. 0978 2801. Better still, you can also like our Facebook page, the National Assembly of Zambia, and let us know where you are watching us from. Maybe for starters, I'll start with Mr. Monga from UN Habitat. What is SDG 11 all about?
Okay, thank you very much. Let me start by indicating that SDG 11 is one of the 17 SDGs altogether that we have. And this SDG 11's main focus is to make cities and communities inclusive, okay? Then they should be also safe, resilient, and sustainable. Okay, these are the key principles of the SDG. When we are talking of being inclusive, you want to make sure that cities and communities do not exclude anybody. All the vulnerable groups can access the city, can live in the city comfortably. So you're talking of elderly people, children, people with disabilities, and everybody, you know, should be comfortable where they are living, whether in the city or in communities. And also they should be safe, you know. They shouldn't be afraid. You should be able to, either during the day or at night, to move about or sleep peacefully. And when you also talk about resilience, you want to make sure that the cities and communities are prepared for any disasters. We live in times when we have disasters. So the way the cities are designed, the way the communities are in our everyday as we live, we need to be prepared that at one time we may be struck by a disaster.
Like what the Honorable was talking
like
about.
What the Honorable was saying. So, yeah. You know, you can't stop disasters. They come, but you should be prepared in a way, okay? So, when you're talking of resilience, cities and communities should be prepared. But again, in case, even if when you are prepared, you can't stop them, a disaster comes, then you should be able to bounce back. Okay, that is resilience. You should be able to bounce back from that disaster. For instance, the school he mentioned, after that you should be able to bring it back to where it was, or even better. Okay, that is what we are talking of, resilience. So these disasters will come, and finally they should be sustainable.
How can you, before you go to that point, how can you relate that to what Honorable Sabao talked about, the issue of drought? They have a farming impulse, but there's drought. How can you relate that to resilience?
Yeah, so one thing I did mention, there are two aspects. First, there is preparedness, okay? So once you know that there are usually droughts happening in an area, I think the experts in agriculture, that's why they talk of new technologies, new maybe seed varieties that can survive the drought and things like that. So you prepare. And in case it comes, you should be able to adopt. Certain mechanisms should be brought in place to make sure that even in a drought, you are able to find something that you should be able to. So you're talking, in that case, if communities are able to, there is a drought, we don't know, we hope the rain comes. But in case it continues, we should be able to find a way to come back and make sure that people have the necessary food and things like that. If we are able to do that, then we are resilient. But if after that people can't have food, and then we are not resilient. So that's all we are talking about when we are talking of sustainable communities.
Okay. Yeah. Before I move on to the two honorable members that we have in the studio this morning, maybe just for the sake of our viewers and our listeners there, just break it down. What do you do as United Nations Human Settlements Program, which is UN Habitat in short?
Okay. We have just been talking about SDG 11, okay? And government needs to prepare and be responsive in all they do and all we do as supporters of government, meaning individuals and communities. We need to be responsive to the SDG 11, okay? So to do that, there are certain things that needs to be put in place. One of the things that needs to be put in place is a proper and responsive policy framework, which definitely, and also legislative framework, which our honorable MPs usually do. So the way the policies are formulated and are made, they should be responsive so that they contribute to SDG 11. So as UN Habitat, we've been working with government to make sure that government has some of the policies and legislative framework that is responsive to SDG 11. Okay. So let me say that UN Habitat has been working in Zambia since 1990s, okay, and like supporting government in the formulation of policy frameworks. And one of the policies that UN Habitat supported was the 1996 housing policy, which is an award-winning policy actually, the whole world. It was a good policy, okay? And also, of course, it has been revised in 2020. We have a new housing policy, and so we support such policies, and we have supported many other policies. The national land policy is one of them, the resettlement policy. So all these policies have been put in place by government to form a foundation on which now we can implement projects to support that policy framework in order to achieve SDGs. So on the policy framework, that is some of the support we have been doing. But also on actual projects, we want to support government to reduce inequalities, okay? We have urban areas and rural areas. They are usually...
Okay, I'll get to you and find out how you're working with government to realize that. Yes. But let me move on to Honorable Sabao. What kind of projects have you embarked on in chankata based on what UN Habitat has explained that will speak to the realization of SDG 11?
First, what's important first is the planning part of it. As chankata, what we've done, we have what we call an integrated development plan. And in this plan, we have a lot of projects that respond to what he has said. One of them is the construction of houses. But however, like the ghost states, there's an issue of transport. So when we talk of transport, it means that you need to have a good road network. But the challenge we have at the moment in chankata, we don't have roads. We know people who talk of the Lusaka-Livingston Road, but that road does not benefit the people of chankata fully because it's just passing through the district. And for your own information, chankata is a newly created district which was created in 2013. However, we had governments that they never planned, they pronounced the creation of districts without putting a plan on how to develop that district. Because when you call a place a district, it should have all the structures befitting a district. And the first and foremost is the road network. For you to develop a district, you need to have a good road network. No person would want to go to an area where there are no roads. So the first step to development in a district is a good road. Because when you see a good road, as an individual, you would think, what is at the end of this road? And when you drive on that road, you would think of, what can I bring to help the community here? So in chankata, what we've done, the lead things we've done under the CDF is the construction of staff houses for government workers at the moment. However, our locals, they are still using the old structures, the thatched houses, which does not qualify to the SDG 11. Because this SDG strives that you reduce poverty and you also protect the planet so that our people have a peaceful and prosperity life where they are. But at the moment, as the people of chankata, we don't qualify under that. But however, we have a government that has a love for its people by coming up with different programs. So under the CDF, we are constructing houses for staff houses, staff for those who are under government. We also have a program for water, because water is very important. We are also coming up with programs for the green environment, where we are planting trees. I think you saw last year, as area member of parliament, I led the group that we are planting trees. And this year we had the deputy speaker who came to chankata to also help us start planting trees, because it's one of the issues when we talk of resilient and safe places. We need a green environment, because we have all these challenges of the rainfall because of deforestation, which has also brought in it has also contributed to the climate change in our area. Okay. So the rain pattern has been disturbed. So
I'll get to you and allow you to highlight some of the challenges that you're facing as chankata in realizing goal number 11. But let me shift my attention to Honorable Samakai. The similar question that I posed to Honorable Sabao. What are some of the projects that you've embarked on in your constituency that will speak to goal number 11?
Well, thank you very much. There are quite a number of projects that would speak to goal number 11. I think courtesy of government for introducing or increasing, not introducing, but I think increasing the Constituency Development Fund, which has seen quite a number of interventions being introduced, and most of them are actually responding to SDG number 11. My colleague has mentioned the issue of housing, which I think is a very important component in our Constituency Development Fund. The policy on education ensures that we construct houses for members of staff, and also enhancement in the health services ensures that you build also houses for staff, as a number of nurses have been employed, and not only in those two sectors I've mentioned, but you can also go to agriculture and community development. If we get back to somewhere around 1995, 1996, 98, there was a government policy to build 100 houses in each of the districts of Zambia. And I want to say that this hasn't been achieved, I think for lack of resources. And somewhere around 2017, and I think the data that we had, or which we have up to now, is that we have a shortfall of housing units of 3 million in this country. So we are still very far in meeting SDG 11 in that regard of housing. But like my colleague has said, I think every constituency is building houses for these sectors that I have mentioned. So we're getting somewhere, but we need more resources in this area. The other things that we're doing that correspond to SDG 11 is the empowerment issues. Empowerment of our youths, to acquire skills, so that they can stand on their own. We are also sponsoring vulnerable children, those coming from vulnerable homes. They are not able to go to boarding schools where they could pay boarding fees and stuff. So they are being catered for under the Constituency Development Fund. Not only that, we are also giving loans to people engaged in various economic activities, and all these issues are leading to sustainable cities and communities, so that you have people that are able to provide even some of the services that the government is supposed to put in money. But if they are able to generate resources on their own using the subventions from the central government, therefore these two efforts coming from the local people and the government are going towards achieving the SDG 11. There are quite a number of interventions that government is putting up, including the support to the farmers.
You've brought quite an interesting point, because the issue to do with the vulnerable in society, in our communities. And Like I mentioned in my preamble, SDG 11 has 7 targets and 2 means of implementation, 2 or 3 means of implementation. And target 11.2 talks about the vulnerable people, or providing access to safe, affordable, accessible, and sustainable transport system for all, improved road safety with special attention to the needs of those in vulnerable situations, women, children, persons with disability. You've talked about young people, but how, let me move to Honorable Sabao, how are you making sure that the people with disability in your constituency, the urged as well, are also catered for in realizing Guanama 11? So
when you talk of the young people especially, when you look at the component of the CDF, we have the empowerment, yes, we have the skills training, because education is very important.
Yeah.
So we are sending our children for skills training. When they come back, we are using the same youths to do projects in the community. Under the CDF, we have what we call community projects. We have a lot of construction. So those we've sent to skills, they come back and work within the community, meaning that they are getting something that they are able to empower themselves. The second part, we have grants for the youth. We have loans for the youth. So when we give them, we are training them to realize that this is their money, this is the power that God has given to them. So what they do, they come up with projects that they are able to save. Because for you to change your life, the most important thing is that whatever you are doing, you should know how to save. When you save, you are able to come up with something that will help you. And when we talk of housing units, if you have enough resources, you are able to construct your own house. And when we have enough resources in a district, it means that development will take place. Because when you talk of development, it's not just about government, but when you empower the locals, they have access to resources. They are able to mobilize resources on their own. It means that they'll come up with their own projects that will change the life of that community.
Okay,
and
please.
When you talk of the vulnerable, like the disabilities, the old-aged, under this government, we have 2 categories. The vulnerable, the disabled people, they are also qualify under CDF. We are able to give them grants. We are able to give them loans. Then the old aged, you can't give them loans to work because they are old. But we have a component under the Ministry of Community. And under this project, I know that there is also a project where they are able to construct housing units for the aged. Hence, the government has a program that is able to cater all different categories of people in our community. So, chankata, we are also doing that. At the moment, we have some funds from Ministry of Community. We are constructing houses for the aged. So, already government is catering that, meaning this is an inclusive government that is able to look at all groups of people, it be the young people, the aged, the disabled.
Mr. Chilanga, from UN Habitat, would you want to respond to the issues that have been raised by the 2 members of Parliament?
Yeah, maybe just to add a voice on what they've indicated. And it's gratifying to see that a lot is being done by the honorable members of Parliament in constituencies, especially to make sure that no one is left behind, especially in relation to vulnerable groups, the youths, persons with disability through CDF. I think that is commendable. And housing also and transport has been mentioned. Just to maybe mention that I think also apart from constituency level, maybe the district level and councils we need maybe to do more when it comes to, you did mention the target on public transport and accessibilities of these cities to, for instance, persons with disability. I think starting with the planning professions, the engineering professions, who make sure that what has been planned is realized and is brought to life. We need to probably work more closely together to make sure that these infrastructure, these facilities are accessible to persons with disabilities, also elderly, because sometimes when you move in these cities, you see that those aspects really are lacking. So we really need to continue to work to make sure that those aspects and deliberately, put in place.
But why do we keep on receiving complaints from the vulnerable, more especially people with disability and the aged as well? Do you think the policies, the government policies, are enough to cater for the vulnerable in society?
Let me talk.
Because these people feel marginalized, more especially when it comes to the implementation of projects in constituencies, even at national level. They feel they are not considered. They feel like they are not prioritized. What would be the position of UN Habitat on the policies?
Okay, let me comment on the policies. I think in terms of the policies and most of the legislative framework, those are quite inclusive. They clearly state some of those things that you need to be very inclusive when it comes to persons with disabilities, and also when it comes to, for instance, planning for cities and the designs. But I think the major problem has been on the maybe aspect of implementation of the policies, where some aspects are not followed, and also maybe there's no much follow-up on compliance to make sure that professionals, they do the right thing and make sure that the persons with disabilities are included. That is on the maybe cities level in terms of the planning and design. But of course, maybe when it comes to CDF, those are aspects that maybe our honorables can look at. Of course, yes, that is one of the complaints that persons with disability feels, that maybe their portion in that is not so much. So maybe there's still room, even if the policy maybe is quite clear and inclusive. I think there's still room to maybe make them more responsive to especially persons with disability and other vulnerable groups. And I think also the consciousness and the realization, I think from professionals, you might think there are just a few of them, so maybe we shouldn't consider that much serious. I think it's very, very important that.
All right, Mr. Samaka, you would want to come in?
Yeah, I think I just want to add on the issue of inclusivity. And Mr. Twanga here has said the policies and legislation is quite inclusive. If our policies and legislation is inclusive, like he has said, I think we are missing it on implementation. And if we are missing it at implementation level, then we have a challenge with our monitoring and evaluation system, because that is the one that should come in and try to correct this challenge. Because if you are conducting, if you are implementing a project or a policy, you need to monitor all the things that are supposed to be done in order for you to get to the final product. If you are doing a road, the final product must have walkways, for instance, must have bikeable areas where people could move with their bikes. So I think we are being failed by the monitoring system in our country. I think it's weak. I think the other time when I was debating, I was saying that we need to include this aspect of monitoring and evaluation in the structures of local government, in the structures of councils, so that the many things that we are doing are supposed to be checked, assessed and examined, whether the final products that we are having is answering to the problems that we perceived or the problems that we had before the project was put in place. I think we need to enhance this element of monitoring and evaluation in our project implementation, both at national level and also at district or community levels.
So when can that be done? Because you are members of parliament and you have all the ammunition to amend the law and include what you think is missing in these policies, where the vulnerable people with disability feel left out when it comes to project implementation in relation to SDG level.
Yeah, I think we need to, when we see a lacuna, like we are observing, and we talk about it, I think it must be followed by, relevant steps that should be taken to awaken the authorities that there is something missing here. Yeah, and through the debates, it could also be through motions that we need to bring this on board so that we can answer to some of the challenges that we are facing. I think this complaint has been going on for quite some time, and I've had quite a number of discussions, even at professional level in the engineering discussions. This issue has been there, but when you go on the ground, we don't see it. But perhaps in the modern buildings that we are being constructed now, I think that element is being captured. Yeah, it's being brought on board. But when you go to the roads, I think there's total failure in that area. And I think when you go to the districts in our constituencies, again, it's a complete failure, which I think we need to awaken the authorities and ensure that we bring that on board.
This is the SDG and U program, the program that looks at the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And today we look at SDG number 11, which is very interesting. It is sustainable cities and communities. And my guest on today's program, I do have Mr. Newton Samakai, Member of Parliament for Mwinilunga. I also have, and he's also chairperson of Committee on Local Governance, Housing and Chiefs Affairs. I do have Ms. Jacqueline Sabao, Member of Parliament for Chankata Constituency. I do have Mr. Monga Chilanga, Acting National Technical Advisor from UN Habitat. So the number that we're using, if you want to be part and parcel of this program, you should be sending those text messages to 0978 772 Let's see if we have some text messages, and I'll be able to read some of the messages that you've been sending. I do have Jack Zach Chike. You are saying, Mr. Samakai, good morning, and how are you, sir? Somebody's greeting you.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
On our Facebook page there. Thank you so much, Jack. Good to know that you're following us. We also have Mulaima Saidi and Mulunga watching, our Honorable Samakai Newton representing us. Thank you so much. Mapulanga Nambela from Mansa, you're saying you are listening, you're following us through the radio channel there. Christine Mutonga following from Senanga. Thank you so much. Keep those Facebook messages coming in. I'll be able to acknowledge and let us know where you are. And you can also make, you can ask a question or contribution using that platform. Let's get to our SMS facilities. We do have about 3 messages. Let's see who has been sending those text messages. This one comes from Collins from Livingston. Good morning, watching and enjoying your program. Thank you so much, Collins, all the way from Livingston. Somebody from Lusaka writes, good morning. My question is, how can I get CDF grant loan if I have a skill, for example, tailoring? Okay, that's and designing. Thank you so much. The other text reads, good morning, panel, watching from Kaoma, Western Province. Thank you so much. So those are the 3 text messages that we received. Better still, you can also keep sending those text messages. The number is 0978 772 Let me move to Mr. Chilanga, coming from UN Habitat. How are you working with the Zambian government, or should I say other stakeholders and NGOs and local communities collectively to achieve SDG 11?
Okay. Let me mention first of all that in terms of the UN in Zambia, the support to government of Zambia is guided by the United Nations, by the Zambia United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework, okay, which has a period of 2023 to 2027, is fully aligned to the 8th NDP. So under that framework, UN Habitat then works with fellow UN agencies. Then we work also with government, we work with NGOs, we work with professional bodies, the planning Association, the Engineering Institution of Zambia, and many, many others, and also then the community. And like I would like to mention that when we are working with the communities, we try by all means to make sure that the approaches for community interventions are participatory, okay? Like I was mentioning, one of the key issues that we try to address is in reducing inequalities, okay? Because when you look at cities and rural areas, there are disparities which can easily be seen in terms of inequalities. You would say that urban areas are different from rural areas and there are inequalities. But also when you come to urban areas, within urban areas, you see geographical disparities between planned areas and informal areas. So when we are working as UN, we want to, as UN Habitat, we want to make sure that these inequalities are reduced, and especially in urban areas, you want to make sure that, for instance, informal settlements are not left out. And we know that basic services, there are housing issues and many, many other things in informal settlements usually tend to be terrible, okay? And so these places end up to be maybe prone to diseases and disasters. And of course, when that strikes or when it happens, it affects everybody in the city. Already we were talking of cholera and things like that, which can start in one informal settlement and then spread to the whole city. So in all these, we want to work with communities. Let me just mention one of the issues. I think also honorable members, they brought in the issue of housing and basic services. I think one of the key issues when it comes to provision of basic services, a prerequisite is access to land for all. That is very, very important, both in the rural areas and in urban areas. Okay. So one key thing we promote about access to land for all is that you need to allow a continuum of land rights, okay? When you're talking of continuum, we are saying not only one document should be acceptable. For instance, not only a title, but you can accept all other forms of access to land, because then they'll help people to receive basic services. You know that, for instance, councils can issue a land record, an occupancy license, and all that. So if those are accessible to people, and usually because councils maybe are closer to the people, so people can easily access that, even if it's not maybe the best, but that access to that would be very important for them to receive basic services. ZESCO normally would accept even a land record. Water utility will accept that. So we want to see that, the different land rights are in place. It's just
how can that benefit? Because the 200 members that I have here with me in the studio, they're coming from rural constituencies.
Yeah.
How can you relate that, and how can rural constituencies benefit from that, what you're trying to achieve?
Okay, very, very important. Two aspects. Madam mentioned the IDPs, okay? And the IDPs stipulated or guided in the Urban and Regional Planning Act of 2015. And that act really gives a lot of room to councils, both in rural areas especially, okay, to plan, and also to, apart from planning, to also provide some form of land tenure security documents, because issues of occupancy licenses are provided for in the Urban and Regional Planning Act. So these rural constituencies or local authorities then can issue that. And the other good part is on the planning aspect is that the same act provides for local authorities to work with chiefs, okay, to plan areas, because sometimes most of the land you find that is under the chiefdoms. So they can negotiate with the chiefs and come up with an agreement. So you can improve tenure security both in state land and also in customary land. So with the chiefs can, we know we are doing a few projects, for instance, in Chief Chamka, where he's doing his own planning, okay, using local communities. They can use the technology, GIS, and map the area and things like that. So with those policies, like I was saying, the URP Act, if realized, then these communities can be helped, to be developed and have access to land and build houses and also do the road networks and things like that.
Okay. All right, Honorable Sabao, earlier on you were talking about some of the challenges that you face in your constituents as chankata. What are some of the challenges that you face in realizing goal number 11?
The first challenge is the issue of the road network, like I said earlier on. In Chankata, we don't have roads. And you'd find that that's an agriculture area. And if you've been to Chankata, the most populated area is where the mission hospital is. And that's where we have a bad road. So this has disadvantaged our people to take their products to the market. It means they would do their work, but for them to take to the market, it's a challenge. Hence, they only sell to the briefcase businessmen, disadvantaging them. Hence, when you talk about development, you can't develop such a place. And second, we have a challenge of water in China. Deforestation. The water tables in Chankata has gone down. Even if they are given boreholes by government have a project under the Ministry of Water of boreholes, but in Chankata it's not working because most of the boreholes are dry boreholes. However, government is planning to think of piped water from Kafue River. You know that Kafue River is near to Chankata, but our people in Chankata, they don't have water, which is one of the most important things for SDGs. For people to live a better life, they need to have clean water. Where there's no clean water, then it means that it even affects their lives. So as government, under the CDF, we are trying by all means to come up with bores using the solar energy, but it's not enough. And like I said earlier on, that Chankata is a new district, which means that a strong hand of the central government should come in to help that area. It's also important that under the local government, we have good planners. You know, the other challenge we have in this country, person, is the issue of planning. Most of the districts are not well planned. And this also, it has been influenced by politicians. Because in this country, from day one after elections to the last day, it's politics, which has disadvantaged development in this country. After elections, the next thing is to think of development, allow the institutions to operate independently so that they are able to plan for our cities independently. But you find that a planner will come up with something. The politicians will have their own agenda to achieve their own interests, disadvantaging the majority. But if we reach a point where we allow institutions to operate independent, which I'm also seeing under the new Dawn government, where institutions are given an opportunity to work independently, to plan. So this is why, if you've been following my debates in Parliament, I'm talking of depoliticizing government institutions so that we have people who are able to plan for our people. Because when we talk of sustainable development or sustainable goals, we are also looking at the future generations. Whatever you are planning today, you should know that even tomorrow there will be people. When you are constructing a road and then you build a house 500 meters, you should think of tomorrow. Tomorrow the population will change. It means that the road will need to be widened. So when there's a house near, what happens to that house? So we need planners who are able to plan ahead of time for the future generation. These are some of the challenges we have, especially under the councils.
Okay.
You know that at the moment, our councils are receiving a lot of money, but the human resource part of it is a biggest challenge, which has caused even our communities to suffer. So government should also look at the human resource in our councils so that they are able to help us plan properly, implement this project properly. Government will release funds, but who are the implementers? It's the civil servants, who some of them, they still have the political mind, trying to delay work, to disadvantage someone. Meanwhile, who are suffering? It's the majority.
Okay. All right, let me move on to Honorable Samakai. You are wearing two hats. Mwinilunga Member of Parliament, and you are the chairperson of a very critical parliamentary committee, which is on local governance, housing, and chiefs affairs. And most of the issues that we've talked about, traditional leaders, we've talked about how best we can improve rural areas. But how is the committee that you head working or some of the projects that you've embarked on as a committee that will speak to the realization of SDG 11, which is sustainable cities and communities?
Yeah, thank you very much. We are not an implementing agency as a committee on local governance, but we advocate for implementation or bringing on board programs that would be able to provide services and in turn respond to some of the international protocols, like we are discussing here, the issue of the sustainable development goals. Councils have exclusive mandate, though in some parts they work with other stakeholders to provide certain services. I think that my colleague mentioned the issue of the IDPs, the Integrated Development Plans. I think that is one of the issues that we have been dealing with since last year. And when you talk of sustainable cities and communities, it means that we need to provide services that we can enjoy today, and those services must be sustainable so that the future generation could come and enjoy the same services or benefit from the same services, or whatever it is that we're enjoying must be able to be enjoyed by the next generation. So, and also in talking about SDGs, especially 11, the issue of involvement of communities, and not only involving them, but they have to participate, is very important. And that's where the issue of the IDPs come in quite handy. And I think as we speak, we have somewhere around 60% of our councils or communities in this country have implemented the integrated development plans. I think that is a plus. By the end of the year, maybe half year next year, we might have all the councils, having adopted and implementing the IDPs. Okay. I think the other thing that we need to talk about is the issue of land use. Very important. It's one of the issues that we've been discussing at community level. Yeah. And there is quite a strong advocacy that is coming on this issue of land. Most councils, Lusaka has run out of land. Most councils have run out of their municipal land. Therefore, it means that they have to go to the chiefs to get some land from there. And the chiefs have been giving land to the councils, and this land is gotten by the councils for onward, allocation to the investors. And land that is given by the council and it's developed, the councils get what we call rates or property tax. Yeah, and this property tax is never shared with the chiefs where that land was gotten from. And the advocacy that is coming through is the chiefs are saying, now we all need to benefit. Okay. You can't get land from us, and you are getting revenues from that land, and we are not benefiting. You and me would agree that this subject we are discussing today, and when you consider that kind of situation, it means that it's not sustainable because the people are not benefiting. So there is this push that if the chiefs give land to the council, there must be an agreement on how the sharing of revenues arising from property tax should be done.
Okay.
So that the current people, current generation benefits, and the next generation also would benefit.
Okay.
You would also agree with me that the services that are provided by councils are only enjoyed by the people at the center of the district. In the chiefdoms, there are no services provided. And that's what makes a business case for the chiefs and their people, that they need to share these resources.
Okay, it seems like the committee has been quite busy, but maybe you can conclude, then we move on to Mr. Chang, because we do not have enough time. We should be winding up. We do have a live committee coming up.
Yeah, I think the other issue, there are quite a number of projects that are going on. We have hydropower stations coming in the area of energy, and also working with the REA, Rural Electrification Program. We're having our rural communities being powered,
Okay.
and I think that is also adding to the achievement of the SDG. In agriculture also, a lot is happening in that area. We're giving money to the cooperatives, and also there is a push that we need to decentralize the issue of strategic food reserve from the national level and onto the district level.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. Mr. Chilanga, considering the interconnectedness of urban and rural development, how does the UN Habitat approach SDG 11 implementation to address both urban and rural challenges?
Okay, thank you. Just to begin with, when you talk of these two centers, you have the rural area and an urban area. The urbanization is so simply of people moving from rural areas into urban areas, okay, looking, because it is perceived that urban areas have more opportunities and more basic services and things like that. So people move from rural areas into urban areas. And also sometimes there is movement of people from one city to another, like maybe when, for instance, the copper belt, when the mining activity stopped, you see people maybe moving from there into other areas. All that is talking about urbanization. So when you have that phenomena happening, then you have not only population changing, but also you have the physical aspects changing. It means the natural green is shrinking because the urban area is expanding, okay? So those brings about different dynamics and challenges, okay, both in urban areas and rural areas. And to just mention that Zambia is one of the most rapidly urbanizing countries in Southern Africa, at 4.3%. So, and the projection shows that maybe around 2030 and above, we might reach a point where we are 50% urban areas, and it means also 50% rural areas. So it means there would be big shrinkage in the urban areas, and then the dynamics changes. So it means we need to prepare for those changes and plan for them, and also then see how those can be, So urbanization is not a bad thing. They say it has, of course, challenges, but it has also great opportunities, which central government and local government can position ourselves to harness, the opportunities of these dynamics. And so that's where now the urban and rural linkages come in. You have to make sure that you link the urban areas and the rural area, so that, like she was saying, road issues then come into play. You need to link up rural areas and urban areas, because urban areas are providing the market, they are the center of economic growth, and rural areas are producing many produce. We are talking of agriculture and all those. So you need to make sure that the infrastructure linkages, which are roads, but they are not only infrastructure linkages, there are other linkages, the market linkages and all those. So basically you want those two to be done, and to do that, of course, government realized that, and for some time actually they have developed a policy also, another policy which is called National Urbanization Policy. It's in draft form. I think the it might be approved at one time. Once approved, then it can guide these aspects of urban and rural inclusion.
Let's get to our screens and acknowledge some of the messages that we've received, as we will end up only have a few minutes remaining before we close the program. But hey, let's acknowledge the messages that we've received. We do have Kelvin from Mandevu. Good morning, Mr. Monga. This is Kelvin from Mandevu. Thank you so much, Kelvin, for registering your presence here. Good morning, dear friends. What honest measures have you put in place to make sure that SDG 11 is implemented in transparent and impartial manner? From George Banda from Kapirimposhi. Let's see another one. Good morning. I'm watching you from Manyinga district. My concern is on teachers' accommodation. Thank you so much. No name there. Stanford Zambirira from Sinazongwe. Good morning, sir. My question is why Sinazongwe people do not receive CDF? All right. Thank you so much. Good to know that you are watching and listening to the program. Good morning, panel. Keep it up, Mr. Monga, for the good work which you're doing. We know a lot of things through radio and television show. We need such kind of people to work with. Thank you so much, Elijah from Lusaka. All right, so those are some of the text messages that we have. As we conclude, maybe I'll start with Honorable Sabao. Do you think this goal will be realized before 2030? SDG 11. Is
Yes.
it possible to realize it?
Yes and no. It also depends on the resource basket of our country. Because like I said earlier on that, like chankata, we have the integrated development plan. But for us to implement that one, we need enough resources. And we all know that at the moment, our country, we don't have enough resources. But however, maybe half of it we can. But also, government should also consider that these districts, they are different. You cannot give the same amount to Munali constituency, the same amount to Chankata constituency. Munali constituency has everything. Chankata has nothing. So I think as a government, we need to change also the way we are giving the resources to these constituencies so that we also develop those which are underdeveloped. But the way we are going on is like we are competing with the richest person and the poorest person, give them the same opportunities. So maybe we change the planning system from government point of view.
All right, Honorable Samakai, do you think this goal number 11, attainable by 2030?
I doubt that we'll be able to achieve it 100%. But what I can say is that we'll do what we can with the available resources. Like my colleague has said, I think we are not distributing the resources equitably. There is a challenge clearly there. And I think that this government is looking into that. As you can see that there have been quite a number of changes. There have been legacy issues. Some of them are required to be changed so that we put things right. I think issues of SDGs require that we are fair in the distribution of resources and apply justice. In the absence of equity, then you have a problem. There is injustice and fairness.
So it's not possible to...
It's arising from that we are not going to attain the SDG 11.
Mr. Chilanga, looking at what we've talked about, is this goal 11 attainable by 2030? We are under 7 years.
Yeah, okay. Let me mention one aspect, especially on CDF, maybe quickly on...
Yeah, just quickly because we're running out of time. Yeah.
I think CDF is doing a great thing at district level. But for councils to really develop, they should not rely totally on CDF because, for instance, infrastructure projects and many other projects, they are quite capital intensive. So CDF alone cannot do so. They need to up the game on resource revenue collection, using many other avenues. And maybe secondly, it's also a question. I think central government, we are seeing PPPs working well on roads infrastructure. But the question is, can it work also at councils? I think those are things, because municipal financing is very, very important. So if all the policies and legislative framework can allow councils also to engage so much on PPPs, maybe more can be done at district level. Coming to the SDG 11, are we making progress? The indication now is that SDG 11, the progress is horizontal, okay? We are not going up, we are like that. That means we are stagnating. We are not making a lot of progress. Can we achieve something by 2030? The policy framework, like I said, is there. What remains to be done is implementation. So if we accelerate the implementation in the next 7 years, we might not achieve, like Honorable said, 100%, but at least we can have something to talk about come 2030.
Thank you so much, and this has been today's presentation of SDG and you. But before we leave, thank you so much, Kelvin Makonde Sikanda from Kazungula, and Joseph Kasoteka from Chiawa, and Jimmy Dishika Jr. from Ndola. These are some of the people that are following us through on our Facebook page, the National Assembly of Zambia. Honorable Sabao, thank you so much. Mr. Monga and Honorable Samakai, wishing you all the best, and thank you so much for being with us on today's program.
Thank you very much.
It's been a pleasure.
All right, so we'll be back next week on Wednesday as we look at yet another interesting goal, and hopefully we'll be looking at goal number 12. And my guest on today's program, we had Mr. Newton Samakai, Member of Parliament for Mwinilunga Constituency, and he is Chairperson of the Committee on Local Governance, Housing and Chiefs Affairs. Ms. Jacqueline Sabao, MP for Chankata Constituency, and also had Mr. Monga Chilanga, Acting National Technical Advisor from the United Nations, that's UN Habitat. My name is Paul Sentendovio on behalf of my sign language interpreter, Chola Kaum, and indeed not forgetting the entire production crew and those of you that have been following us via our social media platforms, and indeed not forgetting those of you that were watching us and following us via our radio, that's the Parliament Radio. We'll be back next week. God bless, and keep watching and listening to Parliament.
title. Manners are very poor. Telukumbua tai. Bangimbo shua title. Unawaka nevotela. Candidate Johnny Gee. Dewi kaka expali. Viva, viva. Adibomba imango fufuza azimainda zibango usavuda ni Chinese. We interrupt this broadcast to bring you news about the Bula of Friday Destia. So Abana Summer, my extra lessons are all of us on the
I'm from the Parliament of India.
Je représente le Parlement français.
I am from Ireland.
From Zimbabwe.
Diputada de México.
Du Canada.
Du Parlement gabonais.
I am a member of the New Zealand Parliament.
Iran. In the Schweiz.
In Egypt.
Je suis député du Parlement mauricien.
Of the Republic of Fiji Islands.
De l'Assemblée nationale du Sénégal.
From the Kingdom of Tonga.
Parlementaire du Tchad.
Representing Finnish Parliament.
The Kingdom of Eswatini.
I'm a member of Parliament of Ukraine.
Botswana, Bangladesh.
The Parliament of Uganda.
Suriname.
Je représente Madagascar.
Zambia.
Al Parlamento di Uruguay.
South Sudan. Centrafrique.
Sono la vicepresidente della Commissione Esteri della Camera dei Deputati italiana.
We are amongst the most vulnerable when it comes to climate change.
L'impact, il est plutôt à travers le dérèglement climatique.
Serious cyclone issues.
Acidification of the ocean, sea level rising.
ما این سالهای اخیر با یک موضوعی مواجه بودیم به نام گرد و غبار و ریزگرد.
La mer monte chaque année de 2 à 5 cm.
We also have huge issues around car dependency.
Ukraine's industry still produced many greenhouse gas emissions.
Con tormentas, lluvias, inundaciones o sequías.
Frost oder auch zu viel Regen, Überschwemmungen.
Le réchauffement est 2 fois plus important que les autres pays de la planète.
We are expecting heat waves, sandstorms.
Le flash flood, comme on dit dans le jargon.
Our farming season has changed.
The winters have become warmer.
La stagione sciistica in alcuni luoghi non esiste più.
5 months without rain in a poor country like South Sudan that is still emerging out of war.
Ça détruit les champs, les plantes. The internal migration is happening rapidly.
Over thousands and thousands of people from Turkana in Kenya and also the Pokot from the Kenyan side are now in Uganda looking for livelihoods and also pasture and water for the animals. The climate change is for real.
Les parlementaires ont pu légiférer sur la question à travers des lois sur l'environnement.
It's up to have 51% carbon reduction by 2030.
Éduquer les gens premièrement à protéger l'environnement.
Instead of using personal vehicles, we all now just get in single buses and go to where we're going.
By using the e-office suite, we have turned everything into virtual. And by doing that, we have turned paperless. And that's one aspect.
México se comprometió en el Acuerdo de París a tener el 36% de las energías limpias para 2026.
At the global level, Fiji was a past president of COP23.
Nous avons une politique pour combattre l'érosion de nos plages.
Devenir complètement carboneutre d'ici 2050.
We also work with NGOs.
Et puis un ensemble d'éléments qui visent à la fois la partie de la gestion durable de l'eau, l'alimentation saine et durable.
We're looking at planting 1 million trees by 2023, which is this year.
Les plastiques sont interdits maintenant au Sénégal.
We have been able to put half the amount of oil heated houses.
You have protected areas and national parks.
When you do a major project, it has to be environmental friendly.
Parliaments play a key role, as parliaments is where the discussion starts.
Solo con una grande pianificazione, una grande volontà si possono evitare gli effetti peggiori del cambiamento climatico e adattarci strada facendo.
We hope that other parliamentarians around the world will take the same approach.
My parliament,
my planet,
our future.
Mon parlement,
ma planète,
notre engagement.
Notre combat.
Mi parlamento, mi planeta,
nuestros hijos.
My parliament,
my planet,
our planet.
Our family.
My parliament,
my planet,
our beautiful blue ocean Pacific.
My parliament,
my planet,
notre musée.
My parliament,
ma planète,
our dreams.
Notre engagement,
our life.
Il mio Parlamento,
minun planeettani.
Notre devoir.
Our environment.
Our people.
Our diversity.
Mon parlement,
my planet.
My parliament, my planet,
notre devenir.
A Public Accounts Committee, PAC, is a committee within a legislature whose role is to study public audits, invite ministers, permanent secretaries, or other ministry officials to the committee for questioning and report on their findings subsequent to a government budget audit. It is in this vein that the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association United Kingdom, CPA UK, partnered with the National Assembly of Zambia in organizing a 3-day CPA UK regional workshop for African Public Accounts Committees, PACs, which attracted participation from 13 African countries. That was held from 30th October to 1st November 2023 at Parliament Buildings in Lusaka. Madam First Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia, Honorable Malungo Sangano MP, expressed her gratitude towards CPA UK for having partnered with the National Assembly of Zambia.
Workshops such as this one address practical areas of work of the parliamentarians and broaden their knowledge and skills, thereby enabling them to execute their duties diligently. I therefore urge the delegates to this workshop to participate actively during the sessions and to share your own country's experiences, as this will make the workshop more enriching and impactful. Allow me to express my gratitude to the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association UK for choosing to partner with the National Assembly of Zambia in jointly hosting the Africa Regional Workshop for Public Accounts Committee. As a parliament, we are delighted to contribute to the work of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association in enhancing the work of our Public Accounts Committee in the Commonwealth.
And Clerk of the National Assembly of Zambia, Mr. Roy Ngulube, expressed gratitude that the workshop had brought together parliamentarians and parliament officials from 13 African countries.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to inform you that the workshop has brought together parliamentarians and parliamentary officials from about 13 parliaments across Africa, the United Kingdom and beyond. And this includes, of course, Zambia as the host, Ghana, the Gambia, Kenya, Malawi, Mauritius, Mozambique, Namibia, Seychelles, Sierra Leone, the Republic of South Africa, St. Helena, and the United Kingdom, as earlier mentioned. Members and staff from these parliaments have considered and convened for the purpose of having an enriching experience by sharing parliamentary best practices with a focus on the work of Public Accounts Committee.
Chairperson of the UK Parliament, Honourable Meg Hillier, says that the delegates had a lot to learn from each other.
And at each time we meet, we come away reinvigorated as Public Accounts Committee members, and we often have more in common with each other across the Commonwealth than we do with parliamentarians in our own jurisdictions. Already this morning I've had the opportunity to have bilaterals and have come away fizzing with ideas about what we can change in the UK Public Accounts Committee, which has been going for over 160 years and which I've been chairing for 8 years. So whatever our experience, whether we're new members of the committees that we're part of, new chairs or older, longer serving members, learn from each other. This few days, it reinvigorated in the vital importance of our work, able to share knowledge and experience of some important issues such as COVID and how that bound us together in many ways.
And we had challenges about how we dealt with that. We're going to be now looking at how we handle secure information, and we will be also looking at that in very important work we do cross-party, collaborating with each other as members of public accounts committees to hold our respective governments to account.
The informative 3-day workshop delved into topics such as functions of PAC, ensuring PAC effectiveness through cross-party collaboration, report writing, collaborating with parliamentary officials and national audit institutions, and the role of value for money reports, as well as media engagement and the youth as PAC. Zambia PAC Vice Chairperson Ms. Jacqueline Sabal, MP, encouraged all delegates to continue collaborating as they carry out their work.
This workshop has enabled us to enhance our knowledge and skills in several areas of our work, including ensuring PAC effectiveness through cross-party collaboration,
handling sensitive information in park contexts, effective questioning skills and techniques for parks, and producing an effective report, making recommendations and following up. We have also had the opportunity to strengthen our networks and contacts among the represented registratures. This learning experience does not end here. Let us continue to collaborate among ourselves as we conduct the work of our parks and equivalent committees. As we go about serving in our parks, let us be conscious that we have a great responsibility to safeguard our nations, public resources for the sake of today's generations and future generations. This is because our work has a far-reaching impact on our populations. This onus is us to ensure that the executive utilizes resources appropriately and that the intended beneficiaries benefit accordingly.
And some delegates shared their experiences from the 3-day workshop.
I highly recommend this workshop to every member of Parliament, especially every member of the Public Accounts Committee, which is Accountability Committee. Members need to learn, and so I'll urge CPA UK to frequently organize this workshop for us so that more members from the Public Accounts Committees across the Commonwealth Zone can benefit from this.
This workshop was very beneficial. The discussions were effective, the exchanges of information and practices. It was very interesting to see how parliaments across the Commonwealth who are participating in this workshop are doing things similarly to us but also differently, and I've learned a lot of techniques that I'll be taking back to my committee, but I hope that in the future there could be more small island states and small legislatures participating in these workshops.
This workshop, CPA UK, for the Public Accounts Committee of West Africa, Public Accounts Committees of Africa, I would say I've attended so many workshops since becoming a parliamentarian, but this one stands out, basically for its participatory nature. Many a times, most of the workshops I attend are based on lectures. I wouldn't say they are boring, I wouldn't say they were not informative, I wouldn't say they were not educative, but this one gave me the opportunity to share with fellow parliamentary members, based on their experiences, based on real life actualities, based on the diversity of the work that we do, and eventually it trickled something in me that tells me that parliamentary work is evolving, and the best way to be a very good parliamentarian is to learn from others. So CPA, for the first time in my parliamentary career, provided
also the Vice Chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee. I welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And say good morning with your team. My name is Jonathan Daka, Member of Parliament for Chadiza Constituency in Eastern Province. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Coordinator DMMU, good morning, and your delegation. My name is Victor Lumai, I represent the good people of Chavuma constituency in Northwestern Province, and I'm a member of this committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. My name is Gordon Mwira, Member of Parliament for Mufulira Central Constituency, and a member of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Auditor General's Office. You can proceed.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Shadrach Chitumbo, Acting Director for Ministerial Appropriation Audit Directorate. With me are the following officers: Mr. William Chibesa, Assistant Director, Ministerial Audits; Ms. Trina Mvula, Principal Auditor, Ministerial Audits; Mr. Mwikampoya, Senior Auditor, Planning and Information; and Mr. Luwinda Sinyani, Planner under Information and Planning. I submit your honor.
Thank you, Accountant General's Office. You can proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, Honorable Members, and good morning, Coordinator, with your team. My name is Akachala Mulenga from the Office of the Accountant General, and with me is Mr. Mulenga Chama, Senior Accountant, Public Accounts Committee Issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Office of the Controller. You can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, MC and your team. I'm David Kajokoto, Assistant Director and the Controller's Office. Thank you.
Thank you, Parliamentary Clerks. You can proceed.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Honorable Members. Good morning, Witness. My name is Priska M. Shimalongwe from the Office of the Clerk.
Media. Thank you, NC. I'm WC Mwambazi, Member of Parliament from Bwanamkubwa Constituency, from the Copper Belt in Ndola, and I'm the chairperson of this committee. I'll ask you to proceed and introduce your team. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for having us this morning. Good morning to you, and good morning to the members. My name is Gabriel Pollen. I'm the National Coordinator at the Disaster Management and Mitigation Unit in the Office of the Vice President. I'm accompanied by my team, who will introduce themselves.
Morning, Chair. Morning, members of the committee. My name is Paul Samboko. I'm the Acting Director for Operations at DMMU.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, committee members. My name is Victor Piri, Acting Chief Accountant, DMMU.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Kalengo Mumba. I'm the Regional Coordinator for Eastern Province and the Disaster Management and Mitigation Unit, Office of the Vice President. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and the committee. My name is Katontoka Kim, Senior Accountant, DMMU.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Matthias Mkandawiri, Senior Procurement Officer. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Esnat Makwakwa. I'm the Regional Coordinator for Southern Province. Thank you.
Mr. Tsuta, there's a seat there. You can, unless you have moved from DMMU. Please, you can sit there. There's an empty seat. Thank you so much. NC, let me proceed to confer with immunity in accordance with Cap 12 of the laws of Zambia. which entails that you make a submission before this honorable committee, you are protected. However, if you intend to mislead this committee willingly, then the same law will work against you. Before you proceed, I'll ask the honorable member who's joined us to introduce himself.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Alikando Mufalali, National Coordinator, and your team. You are most welcome.
Thank you. With that said, NC, you can proceed and make your submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Once again, Chair, thank you for this opportunity to present before the Public Accounts Committee in reference to the Memorandum of Understanding issues as reported in the Auditor General's report on the audit of the accounts for the Disaster Management and Mitigation Unit for the financial year ended 31st December 2022. Reference is made to the letter dated 12th October 2023 regarding matters outstanding in the Auditor General's report for the audits of accounts for disaster management and mitigation unit for the financial year ended 31st December 2022. I wish to comment as follows. A. Budget, income and expenditure. Query. In the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the financial year ended 31st December 2022, a provision of 172,916,663 kwacha was made to cater for the operations of the unit, against which amounts totaling 153,565,349 were released, resulting in an underfunding of 19,351,314 kwacha. In addition, amounts totaling 504,715,617 kwacha were received through the third-party accounts, bringing the total available funds to 658,280,966 kwacha. See Table 1 below on page 2. As of 31st December 2022, amounts totaling 654,519,798 kwacha had been spent, leaving a balance of 3,761,168 kwacha unspent. Controlling Officer's response. The auditor's observation is noted. I wish to report to the committee that in the year 2022, the unit received 280,966 kwacha, and amounts totaling 654,519,798 kwacha had been spent, leaving a balance of 3,761,168 kwacha as at 31st December 2022. The committee may also wish to note that the programs and activities such as early warning and preparedness, dismantling of arrears could not be undertaken at the end of the year because of the late release of funds by the Treasury in the fourth quarter of 2022 and the lengthy procurement processes. Cause of query. I wish to report to the committee that the query arose as a result of DMMU having unspent balances as at 31st December 2022. Action taken, remedial measures. I wish to report to the committee that management applied for retention of funds amounting to 3,761,168 kwacha from the Treasury, and the supplementary warrant approval was granted by Parliament to spend the funds in the current financial year. The committee may also wish to note that some programs and activities that could not be undertaken at the end of 2022, such as early warning and preparedness and dismantling of arrears, will now be undertaken as funds amounting to 3,761,168 kwacha have now been profiled and released by the Treasury. Appendix 1. B. Weaknesses in relief supplies distribution. Section 4.9 of the Disaster Management Operations Manual on contracting transporter for the relief operations requires reputable transporters to be engaged to facilitate a speedy, transparent, and accountable distribution of relief supplies. To that effect, a comprehensive Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, should be signed with a transporter to facilitate uplifting of relief supplies to the disaster areas. Further, Section 7, 10.2.3.2 of the Disaster Management Operations Manual on release of funds requires that funds for disaster response should be immediately released in order to procure basic services and relief materials for distribution to affected areas in accordance with DMMU distribution guidelines. Release of basic services and materials should be done within 24 hours after procurement. The following were observed. Query: failure to avail MOUs for transporters. On 26 October 2021, the Cabinet Office granted to DMMU to draw 30,000 metric tons of white, this should read white maize, from the National Strategic Reserves for the 2021-2022 relief operations to cater for 49,406 households. In this regard, DMMU engaged Food Reserve Agency for the supply of relief maize and transporters to distribute relief supplies to various parts of the country. However, DMMU failed to avail for audit MOUs signed with respective transporters, rendering it not possible to ascertain whether specific clauses which provide for transparency of handling of relief supplies in transit and those which provide for effecting payment to transporter only after proof of delivery, production of GINs and GRNs and MOU, among others, were adhered to. Further, a review of milling meal distribution schedule obtained from Superior Milling for the period 2021 and part of 2023 revealed that 9,950 by 10 kg, 9,690 by 12.5 kg, and 5,011 by 25 kg of milling meal respectively distributed to various parts of the country were not supported with MOUs signed between DMMU and respective transporters. Controlling Officer's response. The auditor's observation is noted. The committee may wish to note that during 2021-2022, DMMU did not sign any MOUs with PIPs, as PIPs were reluctant to be engaged owing to the fact that DMMU owed them money for transportation costs. The committee may wish to note that in the absence of PIPs, DMMU engaged some private transporters, and trucks from DMMU and the Defense Forces were used to transport relief milling meal to various parts of the country during 2021-2022 season. Cause of query. The query arose as a result of DMMU not providing signed MOUs with PIPs for the period 2021-2022 and part of 2023. Action taken, remedial measures. I wish to inform the committee that DMMU sent funds to provinces in 2022 to facilitate for clearance of PIPs arrears, and the unit entered into some MOUs with PIPs for the period 2022-2023. Appendix 2. Query. Delayed payment of supply and distribution of relief supplies. A scrutiny of records for the period under review revealed that DMMU owed 464,833,095 kwacha and 87 ingwe to the Food Reserve Agency in respect of the maize which was supplied and various transporters, in brackets, 64,387,616 kwacha and 67 ngwe in respect of relief items, transportation charges as broken down in Table 2 below. I urge members of the committee to look at Table 2, which is a schedule of supplier and transporter owed by DMMU. The total amount indicated in the table is 464,833,000 and 95 kwacha and 87 ngwe. In this regard, DMMU was in breach of the provisions of Section 7, 10.2.3.2 of the Disaster Management Operations Manual, as outstanding amounts had not been paid as of 31st July 2023. Controlling Officer's response. The auditor's observation is noted. Management wishes to state that DMMU has been engaging the Treasury to help in the dismantling of outstanding bills for millers, FRA, and other suppliers of goods and services, in brackets and in quotation marks, legacy arrears. To this effect, the Treasury has given guidance on the clearance of domestic arrears as per Circular number 13 of 2023. The committee may also wish to note that dismantling of arrears is an ongoing process, and DMMU has been making payments to suppliers owed based on allocations from the Treasury. In addition, lack of documentation such as contracts and other necessary procurement documents for transporters have contributed to the delay in paying these arrears. Cause of query. I wish to report to the committee that the query arose as a result of delayed payment of supply and distribution of relief supplies. Action taken, remedial measures. The committee may wish to note that other than receiving insufficient funds from the Treasury to help in dismantling arrears, most millers and transporters lack proper documentation such as contracts and other necessary procurement documents for payments to be made. The committee may also wish to note that the Secretary of the Treasury gave guidance on the issue of arrears with lack of documentation, and the office has since engaged the Office of the Auditor General to undertake a special audit of arrears for DMMU. Appendix 3. C. Provisional operations. Query. Unaccounted for Mill, Lusaka Provincial Office. Section 7.2, Roman numeral 1, on relief operations in the Disaster Management Operations Manual require that the need for relief should be necessitated by the occurrence of a verifiable event that has grown or is predicted to outstrip the coping capacity of the local community. And for the District Disaster Management Committees, DDMC, to, upon receipt of the reports from the Satellite Disaster Management Committees, SDMCs, conduct a rapid assessment and consolidate requests in one, considering all the communities or satellites at risks. During the period from 1st January 2021 to 31st December 2022, Superior Milling was engaged to supply 1,175 metric tons of relief milling meal to various vulnerable communities. However, the following were observed. Query. Contrary to the provisions of the Operations Manual, there were no rapid assessments produced to show how the assessments were conducted to identify the needs and requirements of the affected communities to prompt the requests for relief milling meal. There were no letters of requests from DMMU to Superior Milling to indicate the total number of bags requested for beneficiaries for Lusaka Province, and beneficiary acquittals were not availed to verify that the relief materials which reached the targeted beneficiaries. A review of delivery notes in Chongwe revealed that 3,000 times 10 kg bags of milling meal recorded to have been received by Chongwe District in Lusaka between 7th May 2021 and 6th August 2021 had no beneficiary acquittals to confirm the distribution of the milling meal. Further, 4,480 times 12.5 kg bags of milling meal which had beneficiary acquittals attached lacked vital details of village or location, while some acquittals showed that some beneficiaries received more bags of milling meal than others without justification. Controlling Officer's response. The auditor's observation is noted. I wish to report to the committee as follows. 1. The distribution of mealie meal in Chongwe district was done based on the findings of the in-depth vulnerability and needs assessment reports for 2021 and 2022. The in-depth vulnerability and needs assessment report is a product of the Zambia Vulnerability Assessment Committee. These assessments are carried out annually and are informed by shock occurrence within the country. 2. The committee may also wish to note that efforts are being made to trace beneficiary acquittals for the 3,000 by 10 kg mealie meal received by Chongwe District Office by contacting former officers at the district. 3. I wish to inform the committee that it is regrettable that acquittals sheets for the 4,480 by 12.5 kg that were availed for audit scrutiny lacked vital details such as village or location where they are found, while some acquittals showed that beneficiaries received more bags of mealie meal than others. Cause of query. The query arose because of not conducting rapid assessments for the distribution of mealie meal in Chongwe district and lack of acquittal sheets for some not having vital details. Action taken. Going forward, DMMU will ensure that important details such as village or location and phone contacts are included on the acquittals in order to strengthen the controls in the distribution of relief. Although this is not here, I wish to report to the committee that we have started implementing this exercise where we are collecting essential location details for beneficiaries. Copperbelt Province, query. Unaccounted for 75 by 25 kgs of mealie meal Chingola. On 10th January 2022, Chimanga Changa Limited delivered 400 by 25 kg bags of mealie meal valued at 34,000 to Chingola DDMC office using delivery note number 2780 to be distributed as relief food in the district. A scrutiny of the acquittal sheets availed for audit revealed that 7 beneficiaries collected a total of 75 by 25 kg bags of mealie meal costing 6,375 kwacha for further distribution. However, there was no additional information such as acquittal sheets or acknowledgements availed for audit to show how the 75 bags of mealie meal collected were distributed. Controlling officer's response. The auditor's observation is noted. I wish to report to the committee that 75 times 25 kg bags of mealie meal were donated to an orphanage and the church, St. Stephen Catholic Church, to assist the elderly people in the community facing hunger situation, and acknowledgement of receipt of mealie meal from the 2 organizations is available. Appendix 4. Cause of query. I wish to report to the committee that the query arose because of failure by DMMU Regional Office in Dola to show how the 75 bags of mealie meal were distributed as relief food to beneficiaries in Chingola district. Action taken, remedial measures. I wish to report to the committee that the regional coordinator has been requested to ensure that the remaining acknowledgement acquittal sheets for the remaining 75 by 25 kg bags of mealie meal is availed to the auditors. Query. Unaccounted for maize Kitwe. According to the report of the internal auditor dated December 2022, mention was made that DMMU engaged MUZ and Ghana milling companies to process maize whose quantity was not stated into mealie meal and maize bran and subsequently distribute to the agreed destinations. Of the allocated quantities, it was reported that the millers failed to process 3,507 times 50 kg stocks of white maize, costing 631,260 kwacha at the time of audit. A follow-up on the matter in July 2023 to establish whether the 3,507 times 50 kgs of stocks maize valued at 631,260 kwacha had been processed, revealed that there were no records in place to confirm that the maize was processed and whether distribution of mealie meal and maize bran took place. Controlling officer's response. The auditor's observation is noted. I wish to report to the committee that the millers were requested to provide this information in order to confirm whether the 3,507 times 50 kgs of stocks of maize costing 631,260 kwacha were processed. One miller, MUZ, has responded to a request and only waiting feedback from Ghana Milling for DMMU to conclusively ascertain whether 3,507 times 50 kg of stocks of maize stock was processed. Appendix 5. Cause of query. I wish to report to the committee that the query arose because of failure to confirm whether 3,507 times 50 kgs of stocks of maize costing 631,260 kwacha was processed. Action taken, remedial measures. I wish to report to the committee that the two millers were written to provide stock position balances of processed mealie meal not yet drawn by DMMU. D. Procurement matters. Query. Failure to provide beneficiary assessment records and delivery details. On 7th April 2022, the DMMU engaged Garsh General Dealers Limited for the supply and delivery of 7,144 corrugated roofing sheet at a contract sum of 3,499,580 kwacha, VAT inclusive. X stock from the date of signing. As of 31st December 2022, the supplier had been paid in full. The roofing sheets were to be pre-positioned to the 10 provincial offices for further distribution to areas affected by disasters. However, distribution details for 1,016 roofing sheets, which were meant to be distributed in affected areas in southern, eastern, and Copperbelt provinces, among others, were not availed for audit. Controlling officer's response. The auditor's observation is noted. I wish to report to the committee that DMMU pre-positioned 2,500 roofing sheets to the three provinces, namely Southern, Eastern, and Copperbelt. I wish to report to the committee that disposal details for the remaining 1,016 roofing sheets which had not yet been distributed at the time of audit are available for verification. I may wish to clarify to the committee that only 400 roofing sheets were received and distributed by Copperbelt DMMU office. Cause of query. I wish to report to the committee that the query arose as a result of DMMU regional offices failing to avail the remaining distribution details for roofing sheets at the time of audit, as the distribution was still in process. Action taken, remedial measures. I wish to report to the committee that all distribution details for the remaining roofing sheet had been collected and are available for verification. Appendix 6. Page 11, query. Failure to avail documentation for audit. On 11th August 2021, DMMU engaged DCEC Zambia Company Limited to construct 500 meters of drainage along Lumumba Road at Simon Moyo Market at a contract price of 12,350,770 kwacha and 8 ngwe, VAT exclusive, with a completion period of 2 weeks from the date of signing. The scope of work included the following: excavation and rock blasting to the existing drainage, installation of 1,200 mm diameter concrete culverts covering a stretch of 500 meters secured in a concrete bedding, installation on concrete inspection manholes, backfilling and leveling of the drainage using gravel and graded crushed stones. The terms of the contract included the following: payment of 25% advance upon signing the contract, payment of 65% after supply and delivery of the goods, the remaining 10% of the contract price to be paid to the contractor within 30 days after the date of the acceptance certificate, and the liquidated damages were to be charged 0.1% per week up to a maximum amount of 10%. In August 2022, the Ministry terminated the contract due to delays by the contractor to complete the works on time, and no liquidated damages were charged for the delay in completing the works. The contractor was paid amount of 6,224,788 on 21st September 2022. However, the following documents were not availed for audit by DMMU: solicitation documents, tender opening minutes, bid evaluation reports, and minutes of the Ministerial Procurement Committee, clearance from the Attorney General in accordance with Section 72E of the Public Procurement Act number 8 of 2020, contract extensions, if any, amounts outstanding, if any, test results for quality assurance from the contractor for the works executed, performance guarantee securities, and progress reports, among others. Consequently, it could not be confirmed as to whether the provisions of procurement guidelines and contract management were adhered to, resulting in a limitation in the audit scope. Controlling Officer's response: management takes note of the auditor's observation. Management wishes to inform the committee that the contract in question had inadequate supporting documentation. For this reason, DMMU sought a legal opinion from Attorney General regarding this contract. The correspondences and guidance from the Attorney General regarding this contract are availed. Appendix 7. Cause of query: I wish to report the committee that the query arose because some procurement documents were not available. Action taken: remedial measures. I wish to report to the committee that the responsible officer in charge of procurement at the time has been charged. Just a correction there. He was actually written to, and he replied, for failure to follow procurement procedures. Appendix 8. Query: construction of Simon Mwewa Lane Market in Lusaka. In paragraph 19 of the report of the Auditor General on the accounts of the Republic of the financial year ended 31st December 2019, mention was made on the delayed completion of the construction of the Lusaka City Lumumba Main Market and the small market for a period of 30 months after the expected completion period. In 2017, DMMU was selected to spearhead the construction of the new market that had been gutted by fire, as the extent of the damage to the market required for the reconstruction of the market. According to records provided, the total estimated cost of reconstruction was 64,557,098 kwacha, and at the time of audit in July 2020, amounts totaling 49,034,732 kwacha had been spent on the project using false accounts. In response, the controlling officer informed the Public Accounts Committee that the delayed completion of works of the main market and the small market was as a result of inadequate funding. Further, the controlling officer informed the committee that the government released a total of 31 million to complete the project, and the works had since resumed and were expected to be completed by the first quarter of 2021. At its sitting of the 5th session of the 12th National Assembly, the Public Accounts Committee found it unfortunate that the Lusaka City Market, which was gutted by fire in 2017, remained unattended to 3 years later. The committee urged the controlling officer to ensure that the project was completed and handed over to beneficiaries without any further delay. A review of the situation revealed that the works had not been completed as of 31st July 2023, which was over 71 months after expected completion date. In addition, the following were observed. A review of expenditure revealed that as of July 2023 amounts totaling 11,415,731 kwacha and 41 ngwe had been spent between October 2020 and May 2023, bringing the total expenditure to 42,415,731 kwacha and 41 ngwe for both the main and small markets. Records availed for audit verification reviewed that works superstructure at the main market had been 99% since 2021, and that the opening debt for the market depended on the completion of the stormwater drainage construction and indoor power station construction. In addition, works on the small market were 66% and the contractor had demobilized. A physical inspection of the works carried out in July 2023 revealed that there were cracks on some newly constructed stores and walls of the market. Paint was already peeling off as shown in the pictures below. Of cracks on the walls and painted. Controlling officer's response: the auditor's observation is acknowledged. The committee may wish to note that works on the construction and completion of Simon Mwewa small market had stalled due to lack of funding from the Ministry of Finance and National Planning and will commence once funds from the Treasury are released. The committee may also wish to note that the works for the construction of indoor power station were completed and the storm water drainage is also near completion. Lack of motor vehicle ownership details. E. Section 41(1) of the Public Finance Management Act No. 1 of 2018 states that a controlling officer is responsible for the management of public assets and stores of the head of expenditure. A controlling officer shall ensure that all public assets and stores under that controlling officer's charge are accounted for in each financial year as shall be specified by the Secretary to Treasury. And B. Manage and safeguard in line the provisions of this Act, Public Procurement Act 2008 and any other law. A review of the fleet and physical inspection conducted on assets in May 2023 revealed that DMMU had a fleet of 37 motor vehicles, out of which 21 did not have motor vehicle registration certificates, white books, in that a search conducted at both RTSA and Ministry of Transport and Logistics, former Works and Supply, did not have records of ownership. In absence of white books, it was not possible to ascertain whether the ownership of the motor vehicle. Controlling officer's response: the auditor's observation is noted. The committee may wish to note that 6 motor vehicle registration certificates have been retrieved and efforts are being made to trace the remaining ones. 15. Appendix 9. Cause of query: the query arose because of lack of motor vehicle ownership details for the 21 motor vehicles. I wish to report to the committee that DMMU has engaged the Ministry of Transport and Logistics in an effort to retrieve the missing red white books. I submit, Honorable Chair, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable members. We are now free to ask questions. Honorable Umai.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, DMMU Coordinator, for that wonderful submission. Mr. Chairman, I'm on A, budget income and expenditure. Mr. Chairman, in the first place, I want to find out from the coordinator what they take into account when preparing their budget for presentation to the Treasury, in that you have got funds which come from third-party accounts. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, I'd want to know further as to how DMMU could have funds not utilized at the end of the year when they had a lot of arrears. I submit, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Mwila, and then Honorable Mukumbi, in that order.
Thank you very much, Chair and NC, for this submission.
And still on A, my calculation tells me that out of the 658 million that came through and 654 million spent, this puts us at 99% expenditure. But still, we're talking about this 3.7, which came late and affecting dismantling of arrears. So I want to find out of the 654 million that was spent, how much of this went to the dismantling of arrears? So thank you, Chair.
Honorable Mukumbi.
And Chair, I also want to find out the current situation regarding arrears. How far have we paid since the money was retained? Thank you, Chair.
NC, can you take those sets of questions from the three honorable members?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for those submissions. In terms of how much has been spent for dismantling arrears, I don't have a specific figure right now, but I can indicate to the committee that I think it's over 300 million that we spent, at least in 2022, the year under review. For 2023, because of missing documentation, we were unable.
The NC, there's a point of order.
Chair, controlling officer, this is a committee of facts, so we don't use the words I think. So if you don't know, you don't know. Or you can ask your finance director also to avail us that information. If they don't have, we simply say we don't have. Thank you, Chair.
NC, you have been guided, and kindly proceed.
Thank you very much for the guidance. In terms of dismantling arrears, there's a process that is followed. When funds have been received, Finance Committee at DMMU sits to consider the arrears, but we also look at availability of documentation, in this case, supporting documentation. So once that list has been approved at the Finance meeting, the list is then sent to Ministry of Finance. And when Ministry of Finance is going to clear that list is really not within our control. And that could have affected the lack of completion of the 3.7 million. And also for the 3.7 million that had remained in 2022, this was for specific budget lines. So it was not within our power to vary and push this money to dismantling of arrears. The funds were received at a time when the year was coming to a close and could not be absorbed during that period of time. I will ask my chief accountant to respond on the exact amount if he knows what it is in terms of how much we spent in dismantling arrears and what their status is.
Thank you very much. As the NC has alluded, we have two types of dismantling of arrears. There is one where we receive money under financial restructuring under Head 21, where we dismantle that huge debt where we have like for COVID and other transporters. Of course, there is another set for the normal arrears, P related and other operational needs of the unit, which are factored in the annual budget. And this is the money which at the end of the year we couldn't be spent because of the release of money by the Treasury. What we did was we had to do the retention and the supplementary was done. And this money, as we have stated in our report, it has been profiled and the funds are available. Officers are now compiling a list so that the arrears can be paid. I submit, Chair.
NC, there are a set of questions. I think you haven't responded to a number of questions. Can you proceed to respond to the other set of questions? There were two questions from Honorable Umai, and I haven't heard you fully respond to those two sets of questions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think we responded to the one on unspent funds, but there was another one on third-party accounts. I'll ask my Chief Accountant once again to respond to that. But before he comes in, I wish to inform the committee that right now there is a special audit, as I indicated in the report, from the Auditor General's office that is taking place in order to verify the true position of arrears owed by DMMU, because sometimes DMMU has been receiving letters from different suppliers claiming that we were owing them funds, but we can't trace those funds, we can't find any supporting documentation. So it was prudent upon us to request Office of the Auditor General to undertake a special audit of arrears for DMMU. In response to our request, the Auditor General has since sent a team that is already undertaking that particular special audit. But the Auditor General has also instructed us to pause on paying of arrears until they've been properly verified. I now invite my Chief Accountant to respond on the third-party question.
Maybe through Chair.
Chief
Maybe I would
Chief Accountant, you have to speak through the Chair. I mean,
yes, I'm speaking through the Chair.
When the NC has actually delegated, I have to give you permission to speak. Okay, proceed, Chief Accountant.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe I would want the Honorable Mwai to help me with a question. It has a bit of, maybe I've mixed up. Maybe you can repeat so that I respond.
Honorable Mwai, can you rephrase your question?
Mr. Chairman, I wanted to understand what DMMU takes into account when preparing their budget. Now that we are aware that it has become like something to live with DMMU, where they don't have proper documentation for contractors and other suppliers. So I wanted to understand what they consider when coming up with their budget, especially that they also have funds from third-party accounts.
NC, Chief Accountant through NC, can you take that question now?
Thank you very much. What we consider when preparing the budget, as I said earlier on, there are two types of arrears: those which are financed through financial restructure, and that is through Head 21, and those which are financed through the normal budget. So what is normally done is that through the normal budget, the Treasury usually gives us an allocation for dismantling of arrears, which is factored in the budget. But as for through the structure in Head 21, we usually make requests based on what areas we have as DMMU. I submit, Chair.
Thank you. National Coordinator, you have submitted that you spent in excess of 300 million in 2022 on dismantling areas. Are you in a position to, in fact, this committee would request that you furnish this committee with a list of suppliers that benefited from this debt dismantling, and as such, so that we can appreciate actually your efforts in trying to dismantle debt, because you have alluded to the fact that there's no adequate documentation at DMMU. You have got suppliers who are just flying letters claiming that you owe them money that they cannot substantiate, that you cannot verify within your the available data. National Coordinator, I mean, when we were taking over this office, the previous National Coordinator, did he provide any handover notes to you? The committee would want to know. You can take that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. We've taken note of the committee's directive to make available a list of suppliers who have so far benefited from dismantling areas, and we wish to inform the committee that that list will be made available expeditiously. And secondly, whether there were handover notes. Yes, there were handover notes that we received from the previous national coordinator, but at the time that I was taking up office, there was an acting national coordinator in place who was explaining the handover notes, and they were not very exhaustive, I submit.
Honorable Mai.
Mr. Chairman, DMMU is different from other institutions, because DMMU, they have got problems at their fingertips every day of arrears. Now, in their budget, like Honorable Miller was asking, they have got 3.761 million, which was unspent. So if you have got people knocking on your door every day, even if money was released in the morning by Treasury, the following day, the process is supposed to start. So I'm still at sea. I'm not believing in their submissions. So I want to understand why we believe that letters can fly in to say you are owing me money, you are owing me money. But obviously DMMU, they have got pressure every day because they're looking for money every day. So even if money was released late, I'm sure the procurement process is ever ongoing. So at what point, even if this money was released late, at what point did you allow this money to be unspent?
Honorable Mwira, you can pose your question.
Thank you, Chair. I think the issue of arrears, like Honorable Mayor said, is one that is very critical for DMMU. And granted that as the NC has submitted, there is an audit going on. So I want to find out what is sitting on the books of DMMU that the Auditor General is verifying. Where do we stand in terms of arrears as things are? Granted that they are yet to be verified, but what do you have in your books?
NC, take those two questions.
NC, you can proceed.
Through the chair, I'd like to respond as follows. The 3.7 million was not profiled entirely for arrears. So there are specific activities that were profiled for this particular expenditure. And you, as the chair and committee is aware, there's a commitment control system in place through the Public Finance Management Act where funds should be spent according to the profiled budget line. In the event of any change of budget line, the unit or any spending agency should write the Secretary to Treasury for variation of funds. So this was not done. We didn't apply for variation of funds. Funds came late, and these funds were profiled for specific activities, not necessarily for dismantling of arrears, and these activities could have taken much longer than the period that were indicated. Some of these activities were in relation to early warning activities, which meant undertaking activities in the different provinces over a period of time. And because this required adequate planning, funds were returned because they were not properly concluded. In relation to where does DMMU stand, I would like to request the Honourable Member of the Committee to confirm whether this is in relation to the specific amount, or is it, I didn't get the question very, very clearly. Is it the amount that you're asking in terms of arrears? I submit, Honourable Chair.
Thank you. Honourable Mwila, can clarify that question?
Yes, I wanted to find out how much is outstanding in arrears that the Auditor General is verifying. So my question is the figure, the amount. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. NC, you can proceed.
Through you, Honourable Chair, I would like to invite my Chief Accountant to respond to such effect.
Chief Accountant, proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. The estimated arrears is not specific, but what I can say is roughly over 700 million, and maybe I can break it into two. We owe FRI over about 400 million, and then the other part 300 is to these other these various suppliers of COVID materials, transporters, and others. So roughly about 700 million. I may not be specific until the audit is completed, which Auditor General is undertaking. I submit, Chair.
NC?
Just to add on to that insight from the Chief Accountant, Honourable Chair, and members of the committee, DMMU has been sent a bill from the Food Reserve Agency, and I think as we saw from the submission on page 5 shows an amount of in excess of 399 million. But I wish to report that this amount debts from 2012. So this is an amount from over 10 years ago. So how much DMMU has been drawn down from the Food Reserve Agency over a decade. I also wish to remind the committee that how much DMMU has been owing to the suppliers is to FRA is under discussion with the Office of the Secretary to Cabinet and the Treasury, and we have since requested the Office of the Secretary to Treasury to make funds available for us to be able to clear amounts owing to FRA. But in terms of the specific amount owed to other suppliers other than FRA, and I think as the Chief Accountant has indicated, this is in excess of 300 million as at now. It was over 600 million by December 2021 when I took over the office. And we've done substantially well in dismantling of arrears. I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Before Honorable Lungu comes in, NC, through NC Chief Accountant, I think there's a requirement that you submit outstanding arrears to the Ministry of Finance. I think it's quarterly. Every quarter you make a submission, especially those which are outside or legacy issues, which you need the Ministry of Finance to fund specifically. Because if you look at next year's budget, we've got 6.3 billion in terms of dismantling of arrears. What have you been submitting to the Ministry of Finance? Before we proceed, there's Honorable Lungu and Honorable Mukumbi. Honorable Lungu, you can proceed, then Honorable Mukumbi. So, Chief Accountant, take note of that question.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to find out, under controlling officer response, the committee would wish to note that some programs or activities like early warning and preparedness did not take place. So my question is, what effect did you experience for non-implementation for such? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mkumbi.
Chair, based on your question, I was just also wondering, because I know for sure that DMMU does contract some works. I believe you do that. And probably you have some contract documents with you. So how come you are doubting the figures? You don't know how much you owe. You're saying 700 or plus or minus. Arrears, and when documentation is seated with yourselves. So, Chair, I just want to understand whether they even keep contract documents or even have all finance documents. Because if I owe 20 people, I will know exactly that I owe that one so much. Based on this contract, I know that one so much. Based on this and that and that. I know it will be minus plus. But we can't be far from that because these are contracts and they have figures. So, do you have documentation with you? Or the changes that occurred, probably you could not find some documentation? Chair, I submit.
Thank you. Honorable Daka.
Chair, just to escalate what Honorable Mukumbi has alluded to, you know, National Coordinator, when you are managing any contracts, normally you have contract registers. There is no way you can manage any contract without having contract registers. These are registers that indicate the contract sums, or first of all the details of that contract, the start and end date, I mean the contract values, then the schedule of how you are making payments, a very orderly document. National Coordinator, can you put us to speed as a committee whether the so-called contract registers are missing or you found them not available by the time you are taking over office? Because I believe these are legacy issues, and as such the committee would want to know whether you found an organized system to manage these various contracts that are under your jurisdiction. Mr. Chairman, I submit.
Thank you. NC, you can proceed through NC, maybe Chief Accountant, you can answer my question. Then NC will take the other 3 questions. Chief Accountant, you can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Whether we are submitting quarterly the outstanding bills, yes, we have received the information from Ministry of Finance. I would say, as of last week, we're undertaking the reconciliation of the same outstanding bills. As I said earlier, it may not be a conclusive, but we'll take into account those which have full documentations are the ones which we report on. I would say, like for transporters, where you're saying, why don't you have like contracts here and there? Like the billers, I would say most of them, they don't have contracts, hence they having difficulties to recognize the debt in our books, because you only recognize the
Chief Accountant, I don't understand what you're okay, switch off your mic. My question is very straightforward. Unless you tell me, you can switch off the mic, unless you tell me through your NC that up to now, okay, when NC took over office and whoever a new office orders, you don't know what you owe. Unless you submit to this honorable committee that up to today, from when the new NC came and whatever has been done, you don't know what you owe. And you are still looking to see how much you owe. Because you cannot tell us it's ongoing. For how long will it be ongoing? For how many years? No, it cannot be ongoing. You should know what you owe. Those which are disputed aside, you are doing verification to ascertain the validity and all those things. But these ones, you tell Minister of Finance, we know we owe 300 million, but we've got 2.5 million in dispute because we want certain documentation. It should be like that. But you can't say, no, it's ongoing. For how long is it going to be ongoing? And how do you have people or transporters or all those people without contracts? By now, you should have corrected those issues. NC, they should be corrected to know, yes, there was this guy who was contracted, there was no contract. Can we regularize? Because it needs to be regularized. If the service was provided, there's documentation, regularize everything. Then you say, this, we are seeking authority to regularize these contracts because they were running based on A, B, C, D. Then you seek advice from either Attorney General's chambers or any other avenue if you've got under maybe even cabinet office. Because we cannot sit today talking about, no, there are no contracts. So we cannot, I mean, how are we going to proceed? Maybe you can clarify on that through NC. Then NC can take up the other questions.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of regularizing, yes, we have been regularizing. A committee was set up through the ST, whereby you have to recommend, whereby you have to ascertain whether the government received the goods. That we have been doing. I submit.
Maybe NC, you pick up my question. How long will it take for DMMU to give us an actual position of its indebtedness to say, from the legacy issues, this is our indebtedness, plus the current, so we're owing this much. Because if you only ascertain that, then even Treasury will look at, we have got 2 billion, which we are owing under DMM, what do we do? But if you, what is a cap? What is a cutoff? From whatever committee has been constituted, when are you concluding to now tell us to say, this is what we owe? I think that's my question, NC.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I think maybe we have not done a good job so far to clarify that point. So just to give a bit of history, from the time that I took office, the previous chief accountant provided me with a list of suppliers that DMMU was owing, and the amounts owed and the total amount that DMMU was owing at the time. So if we have to conclude, we would argue that that was a list that was indicative of the amounts owing. Anything that comes over and above that would be sent for verification. However, based on the list that was shared, because that's the list that we've been using to dismantle arrears. Based on the list that was shared, there were some suppliers that did not have adequate documentation. So there are two issues here. The list and the fact that DMMU was owing is one thing on one hand. On the other hand, we had whether these claims were supported by adequate documentation as required by the Public Finance Management Act, which was another issue altogether. So in order to proceed to dismantle these arrears, we've been writing to the Treasury to guide on how to proceed, because what I couldn't do as controlling officer was to confirm and approve for payment claims that were not supported by complete documentation. So in terms of answering your question, Honorable Chair, as can we give a position of how much we owe? We can. Can we also then give a position of what then is coming beyond what we are indicating that we owe? We can do that as well. And I think this is a submission that will be made in addition to how many suppliers have so far been paid and how much. We can also, in addition to this, indicate how much has been given to us in terms of the legacy arrears that we have, that were bequeathed upon us. I submit, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. There are those, I think, two questions, Honorable Mkumbi's question and Honorable Lungu's question in terms of the effect of not undertaking these activities. Then I think Honorable Mkumbi, his question. So let Honorable Lumai, let NC answer those, then you can come in. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, thank you very much once again. In terms of the effect of non-implementation on those activities in our delivery, I wish to bring up to speed the Honorable Member of the Committee that the activities indicated, such as early warning and preparedness, are multifaceted activities. So it's very hard to attribute a lack of implementation of one activity in early warning as having a particular impact on particular community. So early warning, by multifaceted, implies that it's an activity that is undertaken by a combination or an amalgamation of different activities. It might include going on radio programs, telling communities that there's cholera in this area. It might include actual visits to those communities, but to establish whether a radio program or an actual visit to community has been ineffective is something that we cannot attribute. And also indicating that a particular early warning activity was not undertaken does not mean, in actual fact, in aggregation, that we did not undertake any early warning activities. We did, but maybe not specific activities. On that particular response, that's my submission. And I wish to thank the Honorable Member of the Committee who indeed points out on issues of contract registers. This is an insightful contribution, but I also want to mention to the committee that the only thing that we're aware of is an actual list of suppliers that we're owing, and not so much a contract register in terms of the adequacy of accompanying documentation, the completion of those contracts. But we do have something that shows the suppliers we're owing, how much money we're owing them, and I think when, well, without going back to, I think, and when the contract was signed, we have that type of a register. I submit, Chair.
Honorable Lumai and Honorable Daka.
Mr. Chairman, we are talking about legacy issues of not signing contracts. But since we are talking about contracts, on B, Mr. Chairman, we still have this query. I want to understand from the coordinator going forward, now that we are talking about legacy issues, but even currently we still have got this challenge where Superior Milling is distributing 9,950 by 10 kgs, 9,690 by 12.5 kgs, 5,011 by 25 kg bags of meal. But auditors did not find signed MOUs between DMMU and respective transporters. And Mr. Chairman, DMMU says some PIPs were reluctant to work with them because of the money owed to them. So we still have this challenge even currently. So I want to understand the position of DMMU National Coordinator, because we are talking about legacy to say no, in the past this was the problem, but even currently, 2021-2022 is under his watch. So we still have these challenges. So I want to understand how he's handling this issue going forward.
Honorable Daka.
Chair, I think the committee is now at sea with DMMU. Chair, how can you have a situation where you have got suppliers who have provided goods and services to an institution that have not signed any form of contract? Chair, even if, and how are we going to justify? How are they going to justify their claims? We need to be, national coordinator, I think the committee need to be given more information with regard to what you have put in place. What sort of strategy have you put in place with regards to attending to these suppliers who supplied goods and services before you took over office? Because it's very difficult to understand how you are going to deal with people who are making claims or demands baselessly. Don't they have any form of documentation themselves that they can submit for scrutiny, so certain whether their claims are genuine or not? In short, what sort of documentation are they submitting to your office in claiming the aforesaid supplies? The second one, national coordinator, if you have got registers, how difficult now is it now that you can come up with what you owe and what you have paid? Because to us, whoever is not captured in those registers is not a genuine supplier. National coordinator, we had a situation where people were basically, it was like, it was more like it was for everyone. It was a feud day, what I can call a feud day, where people were just entering into some, I don't know how we can call them, where people are entering in some sort of arrangement, very questionable arrangements. And yet you are dealing with government. You know what it means to deal with government. There were procedures on how you would get into a contract and the execution guidelines and even payment guidelines. These are things that have been there. Now, we don't understand how you can claim that you don't know how much you owe in debt when you say you found registers. So we take it, like as for us as a committee, we take it those who are not captured in the register are not genuine suppliers. Can you elaborate more on these two matters that I've raised? Mr. Chairperson, I submit.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Daka. NC maybe can provide some clarifications on those two issues.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. In response to the Honorable Member who raised a concern in relation to the reluctance of the PIPs, I wish to rebuttal that with the fact that PIPs have since been engaged and have been paid in terms of their arrears, and some MOUs have since been signed. Their reluctance was due to the legacy issues that we found. They were not paid in 2021 and years prior, and in 2022 were reluctant to undertake any activities. Nevertheless, that did not undermine in any way the operations of the unit in terms of distribution, because we made use of our own trucks as DMMU, as well as the services of the Zambia National Service, for example, or the Defense Forces in general, and we engaged where it was necessary private contractors. So whether or not the service was delivered is another issue altogether. And there is, through you, Chair, for circulation, evidence that in 2022, submissions were made to the different centers that had PIPs, and payments were then delivered. In terms of any other issues beyond that, I think the Honourable Member would have to be specific, because there's a concern that there are some inadequacies under the current management, so I'd need to establish very, very specific from that concern what that specific issue is. I didn't really get that quite clearly. But in response to the issue of contracts, as we had indicated in our response to the Auditor General, we found that the effort that was being dispensed in trying to come up with whether the documentation was adequate, whether it wasn't, whether we should make a payment or not, was actually taking up a lot of our time, essential time to respond to the current complexities and challenges that we're facing as the Disaster Management and Mitigation Unit. In other words, we found that it was competing with our efforts. So we have since requested the Office of the Auditor General, using their specific expertise and capacities, to give us a correct position of the DMMU arrears so that we can focus on our current works. I submit, Chair.
Thank you, NC. Maybe just, I don't know, we need to clarify the legacy issues and the current issues. I think you've tried to clarify. I believe we still have some people who were contracted and there are no contracts. That's what I believe from the legacy issues, which are trying to ascertain as DMMU, as well as in terms of the indebtedness of the organization vis-a-vis supplies and all that. I stand to be corrected. What are you doing about that, especially if there are those services which didn't have the MOUs, which didn't have the contracts? What are you doing as an organization to ensure that we regularize that? I do understand you've said the current ones, they have all got MOUs and contracts to that effect. So just you need to clarify that. Honorable Lumai.
Mr. Chairman, page 3, last paragraph, the query, Mr. Chairman, further, a review of mill meal distribution schedule obtained from Superior Milling for the period between 2021 and part of 2023 reviewed that 9,950 by 10 kg, 9,690 by 12.5 kg, and 5,011 by 25 kg of mealie meal, respectively, distributed to various parts of the country were not supported with MOUs signed between DMMU and respective transporters. So, 2021, part of 2023 is under the current administration. And in their response, Mr. Chairman, on page 4, they are saying that DMMU did not sign any MOUs with PIPs, as PIPs were reluctant to be engaged, owing to the fact that DMMU owed them some money. Now, I wanted to understand if this issue was just in the past, but we have a query in the current, that Auditor General did not find these signed MOUs. So my question was, now we want to correct the situation, and we have the same situation happening currently. So going forward, even when we want Minister of Finance to help DMMU clear their debts, how are we going to know how much money is owed to DMMU by transporters now that there are no signed MOUs? I hope the coordinator has now gotten my point.
Thank you. Honorable Mwila.
Thank you, Chair. In addition to that question, the finding here is lack of MOUs, and the response as it has been tabulated here. So I want to focus on the fact that from this response, there were still some private transporters in addition to the defense forces. There were still some private transporters that were hired. So why was it not done in terms of the agreements or MOUs with these private transporters? Even if it was just one, why did we not have that MOU? Further, even with the defense forces, it's a separate wing. The MOU can contain monetary or non-monetary, but it's a separate wing away from the MOU. What sort of relationship was there between the DMMU and the defense forces? There should have been something in writing, Mr. Chair. I submit.
Thank you. Honorable Daka, then Honorable Mukumbi can proceed.
Chair, I'm just escalating what Honorable Mwila has just already alluded to. Chairperson, this tendency of not having documentation in place has continued even now. Chair, these very MOUs that we're discussing now, why a national coordinator, was it a problem with your department coming up with the memorandum of understanding with these very government institutions that you have mentioned? I mean, you just work with them without any basis or any documentation. You just basically engage them like that. We don't understand as a committee. Because you know very well what the provisions of the Public Finance Management Act #1 of 2018. You know very well. So as a committee, we are laboring now. Because we are coming from an era where there was no traceable documentation. Even you find it very difficult now to determine who is a genuine supplier or not now. Now, during your reign, this has continued as well. MOUs, simple MOUs to do with the, I mean, what is the problem here? It's Chairperson, I submit.
Thank you. Allow Honorable Mkumbi can hold your fire. Let me allow, it's an addition. You can proceed.
I just want to find out from the NC there, because I believe that the MMU is guided by the Disaster Management Operation Manual. Whether you have such documents with you for easy guidance on how to contract this, on how to spend, on how, I'm sure those documents must be there. If they are there, are your officers familiar with such documents? And have they been distributed to all the provinces for ease reference in terms of even contracting such people? Chair, submit. Unless that has been scrapped off, I don't know. But I believe they should have the manuals.
Thank you. Allow NC to respond, starting with Honorable Lumai's question, Honorable Daka's question, Honorable Mwila's question, and Honorable Mukumbi's question. You can proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I believe that there appears to be a misunderstanding in terms of these very, very delicate issues so far. So I think it's my duty at this point to kind of clarify that. Honorable Chair, there are no engagements that have been undertaken under my reign as a national coordinator that are not supported by any written documentation or lack of any contracts. So I want to clarify that to the committee. So if there is a finding that part of 2023 there were no supporting MOUs in relation to documentation, I would like to see that as well, because I'm not aware of any transportation that took place that did not have MOUs or contracts. I also want to indicate to the committee, through you, Honorable Chair, that the Disaster Management Manual is a document for all members of staff. I have urged members of staff to go through this document, to familiarize themselves with the contents of the document. Whether they have done so or not, I'm not aware, because there's been no test that has been undertaken by myself to determine whether they have done that. We have also, as DMMU, undertaken several training, in-house, capacity building, orientation workshops with the new officers on the operations of the unit, on the documents that they should familiarize themselves with, and how things play out in practice. So the charge that under myself as a national coordinator that there were no MOUs is incorrect, Honorable Chair. I submit.
That was Honorable Lumai's question. Maybe before Honorable Mwila comes in, just for us to clarify, if a national coordinator, go to page 3 of your submission. If you look at page 3, your last sentence, or paragraph, let me say paragraph, where it says however, maybe you can just, since this is not our document, it's yours, you can just read that one where it ends with respective transporter, so that we understand, maybe.
Honorable Chair, just to clarify that this is not our writing, it's our document, but this came from the Office of the Auditor General, but I will read it nevertheless.
If it came from Auditor General, let Auditor General clarify. Yes. Let's just
you can
read
read
the
his response, Chair. His response.
Just go to your response. Controlling Officer's response.
The auditor's observation is noted. The committee may wish to note that during 2021-2022, DMMU did not sign any MOUs with PIPs, as PIPs were reluctant to be engaged owing the fact that DMMU owed them money for transportation costs. The committee may also wish to note that in the absence of PIPs, DMMU engaged some private transporters, and trucks from DMMU and the Defense Forces were used to transport relief millimil to various parts of the country during the 2021-2022 rainfall season.
Okay, thank you. Before we proceed, let me have the auditor who was on the ground to take mic and make a clarification. The auditor who was on site, you can sit. Is there? Okay. So, Honorable Lumai, let her make a clarification, then I will proceed. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. In obtaining the evidence that we provided, we worked with DMMU. We collected information from Superior Milling that indicated that between 29th October 2021 and 24th February 2023, a total of 26,808 bags of millimil were distributed by Superior Milling. So when we did the detailed tests, we were finding that the millimil was distributed to places within Lusaka and outside Lusaka like Kampiriponshi, Kampalala Market, Western Province, Central, Choma, Mambwe, Namwala, to mention a few. So it is from here where we requested for the units to provide us how this millimil was distributed. That is how the query came up, because there was no documentation regarding how the transporters were engaged, and even if it was government department, there was no documentation that was available to show how this maize was distributed to these. And we quoted or cited from their manual that indicated how the transporters, not just PIPs, if we go to that clause, it doesn't restrict the transportation, or that clause does not just talk about PIPs, it talks about all the transporters. Hence our phrase MOUs and not a contract. I submit, Chair.
Thank you. I wanted us to clarify that point. So maybe NC, for your period under review, maybe you can provide us with the MOUs and if there are any contracts to that effect, and so that we can just have that clarified. And also, I think the distribution schedules for the millimil were not also availed to that effect, so that we can make some progress. But maybe before we proceed, honorable colleagues, I ask that we have just a 5-minute break so that we can discuss 1 or 2 issues. So NCI lift the immunity, you just give us 5 minutes, then we'll call you back.
Julian Inyemba. Those were my names given by my parents. But I have a very funny name, a nickname, which was given to me by my father, Mfanki. This is the name which I'm known even in the constituency. Even by the little girl, I'm known by this name, the nickname. But it is not on my professional papers, neither on my NRC. Then in the teaching fraternity, because I was a teacher, I'm known as Mrs. Kapia, because I was married to Mr. Kapia. So when you go in the teaching fraternity, I'm Mrs. Kapia. When you go to the constituency of Chifunabuli, I am Funky. When you come to Parliament and on a professional level, certificates, it's Julian Inyemba. I'm a widow. My late husband, Mr. Lucius Constantino Kapia, died in 1991. He was working here at National Assembly. I'm a mother of two, a girl and a boy. A girl aged 32 and a boy aged 30. I went to Mansa Teachers Training College after completing grade 12 or Form 5 at that time from Zambia Secondary School, because first of all I went to Luwe Primary School for the Catholics. Then I qualified. I went to St. Mary's Secondary School in Kawambwa, where I did Form 1 to Form 3. Because of financial challenges, I shifted. I got a transfer. I went to Zambia Secondary School, where I did Form 4 and Form 5. From there, I went to Mansa Teachers Training College and pursued a certificate in primary teaching. Then I went to teach at Lukwesa Primary School in Mwense District. Then when I got married to my late husband, Mr. Kapia, I shifted to Lusaka in 1987. Then I taught at Justin Kabwe in Mandevu. I taught at Olympia Primary School in Olympia. And then I taught also at Bama Primary School before I went on voluntary separation to go and do my own things, because I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a teacher and an entrepreneur at the same time. So I went on voluntary separation from the government. Chifunabuli constituency is a new created district which was declared by His Excellency Dr. Edgar Chagwalungu in 2018. Chifunabuli has got potential to grow because it has got a lot of water bodies. And Chifunabuli people, as I know, they are hardworking and they would want to do whatever government program is being brought, especially the women folk, because I've gone there as an example to them. I come from a rural area. I was born there and I was brought up there. No wonder I took up this responsibility. Right now, Chifunabuli is on a good road to development, especially if we use the water bodies for agriculture throughout the whole year. And when we can even go for fish farming and then the growing of rice. If we can only have people who can go and invest in Chifunabuli, especially in the growing of rice, cattle rearing, fish farming, and vegetable growing, anything. Chifunabuli has got a fertile land, it has got plenty of water, good rainfall pattern. My developmental agenda for Chifunabuli, looking at Chifunabuli, which was under the missionaries for a long time, the white fathers, they developed Chifunabuli, and Chifunabuli had a lot of people who were educated. But I have observed the literacy levels have gone up. So I'm now advocating for all the parents to be taking their children to school. When you've got an educated society, an informed society, things will be easy for you. And then the development would even come, because most of the people would be able to understand the agendas and the programs for the government. The last word to the people of Chifunabuli is that I have stood as an example to them, especially the women folk. They are supposed to look at me as an example. I have gone into the constituency, interacting with them, encouraging them to do small businesses, encouraging them to grow food, to protect their families with food security at household levels. I'm always there. I'm encouraging them so that we work together as a team. We shouldn't only be looking at men. I've done it. Chifunabuli women can also do it. So I'm their role model. That's why I always go there to encourage them to do one or two things. We have formed clubs where we are rearing chickens, we are rearing, we are keeping a goat, and we are also going into agriculture and into fish farming with the youths and the women in Chifunabuli. I want Chifunabuli to go back to the roots where our parents taught us to work and then to have self-discipline. Tumwebe nangumbo banamayo na batata nemisepela chentubombele pamo insala nindi minwa tempulirwa chentubomfya menshile satupele chentubomfya nomushili usmole satupele kuchifunabuli ifwenga kwali babashuka ifwefwebe na chifunabuli twalikwata mensha yengi twalikwata nomushili usuma wotwingali mamwe filimwa fya kweba tumwaka wonse tuleli kwa buloku bulwa.
Wants to live on its own, want to be on its own. They don't look to others as also fellow human beings, God's children at all. They get divided, they begin fighting, they begin destroying each other across tribes. So it is a very dangerous group of human beings on earth, not only in Zambia, all over the world, where people are divided according to tribes. We saw that if we did not bring up the importance of our nation, we'll be a divided people. A divided people meaning we cannot live together. We'll be fighting each other across the tribes. To destroy that, we say we built this one Zambia, one nation approach, looking at tribes not as a way of life, but nation as a way of life. So we're going to one Zambia, one nation. One Zambia, one nation. One Zambia, one nation. We've built up in a very strong way. So today, those 73 tribes of Zambia are very united. Very united. Yes, there will be some people who are still weak in looking at tribes as their way of life. All of us as tribes got to come together to build one Zambia, one nation. No other way of the forces of patriotism succeeding in society without those in leadership living in such a way as to be patriotic themselves. If leaders are not patriotic, nobody else will learn how to do good things towards fellow human beings. If you're not a patriot, if you don't develop spirit of patriotism in life, then you are destroying the nation as a whole. So patriotism really is a force that brings out success in any situation. Patriotism is very key in terms of human beings living together, human beings working together, human beings developing things together. Without that spirit of patriotism, we can't go very far.
NC are conferred with immunity in accordance with Cap 12 of the laws of Zambia as you answer questions before this honorable committee. Honorable members, you can proceed. Honorable Mfarari. I think we still have not adequately dealt with failure to avail MOUs for transporters, and also delay payment of supply and distribution of relief foods. You can proceed.
Chair, just maybe to understand fully, I know I came a little bit late after the introductions. Where is the Director Operations? Where is he sitting?
The Director Operations is seated by your side.
Oh, he's
the acting.
Oh, the acting.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair. Director Operations, could you just tell this House, this committee, how do you carry operations? The question that has been asked for a long time here is that there are no records for your transportation. In your report, you are indicating that you could have used military vehicles, your own vehicles, and could we have that record that indicates what you used and what arrangement you had with the military in order for you to distribute what you distributed? Because the question that arises following the logistics that were used or the transportation that was used, the question that arises is we are creating doubts as if what was milled at such and the named milling company did not get distributed. So could you just tell us how you made your distribution? I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Amnyuma.
Chair, I want to know why there's no acquittals for these things that are even put on this, the goods put on these trucks. And why is the DMMU not explaining in clear terms the failure to have MOUs? Because in this, I've been trying to read this. There's nothing here. In this, I can't understand this response. Because, and I really want to know, Chair, what legal relationship the DMMU had with the transporter. Can they explain it to us? Because we don't understand. The transporter have not formally engaged. What was your relationship with them? How can you explain your relationship with them?
Thank you. Director Operations through the NC, you can proceed and answer the questions.
Chair, through the National Coordinator, I wanted to clarify that our relief operations are mainly in two forms. So we have what we call the main relief pipeline, which follows the in-depth vulnerability and needs assessment survey. So this is done mostly across the country in areas that are identified to be in need of relief, maize, and that's the operation that requires the hire of transporters and the engagement of PIPs. So I just wanted to clarify that part. And then we also have what we call incident-based relief operations. So maybe if there's a gutted market in Kapalala and we are supposed to deliver some relief materials to them, so that's another operation. And in undertaking that operation, we typically use our own trucks. So in that case, there is no need for engagement of a PIP or engagement of any transporters because we have our own capabilities. Where we fail, we also get to engage the Ministry of Transport and Logistics or other government agencies for transport vehicles that they may have. So that is on a borrowed basis, and that's how that is done. So in 2023, just to clarify, the maize the milling mill that we drew from Superior Milling was for incident-based operations. So that did not require any hiring of transportation services or any engagement of alternative transporters through MOUs or contracts. So I just wanted to clarify that point. Thank you.
Director Operations, before Honorable Mfarari comes in, we do understand the process and what you've stated. But what you've drawn from, are you telling me that what you drawn from a Superior meeting was only for Kapalala? No, just wait. Honorable Mfarad, you can ask your question, pose your question.
Thank you, Chair. In the director's response, or the acting director's response, is saying there was no need for using of transport. But in your response, the response from the controlling officer indicates that you use DMMU transport and defense forces. And this is the question that was being asked, say, if you use DMMU vehicles and defense forces, what was really involved? Did you have to sign anything, or they were just going, they load and they disappear? Or they go to the places that you were giving them to? Because I think you have a standard procedure. I think that's what is there. You have a standard procedure in which you, when you're moving goods, the record or the trail is very, very clear. So could we have an understanding of what was going on in your response? The response is here, is here with us.
Thank you. Through NC, maybe you can just clarify those points. Then in NC, you come in after a submission.
Thank you, Chair. Through the NC. So for 2023, the milling mill that we drew from Superior Milling was not only for operations related to Kapalala, but I used it as an example in explaining the incident-based response activities. So we also drew milling mill from Superior for operations within Lusaka, parts of Southern Province which experienced flooding, and other areas just across the country. And then coming to the second question, whether we signed anything with the defense forces, in my submission I did indicate that we usually draw upon the services of other government wings, the defense forces being one of them, and also other government departments such as the Ministry of Health in our relief operations in the event that our capabilities are overstretched. So in doing that, we usually do it just by mere request through a letter to the Ministry of Defense, the PS Defense, or other government agencies. We don't go into contracts for that. Thank you.
Thank you. NC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And I think in response to the issue of signing MOUs and engaging transporters, I think it's only imperative upon us to furnish this Honorable Committee with additional information as the need for MOUs. So following the in-depth vulnerability and needs assessment, DMMU identifies vulnerable communities across the country, and therefore we have targeted beneficiaries in specific locations or specific jurisdiction. Now, MOUs are not just for transportation purposes, but also for distribution. So if you look at the content of an MOU, it also specifies that beyond receiving this maize, for example, from an FRA shed, the transporter goes ahead based on the guidance of the in-depth vulnerability and needs assessment to distribute the relief supplies to the affected communities. So that's one thing. For the incident-based, DMMU has trucks that it makes use of. Hypothetically, if there's an incident right now somewhere and we have our supplies available at the warehouse in stock, we are not, unless it's a new request that is being made on the unit itself, we are not obligated at all at that point to go into an MOU with a transporter. We can make use of our own trucks, and if we draw on private transportation, we sign contracts, not an MOU. An MOU is for relief pipeline distribution, for transporting relief to targeted communities. And I think that's a conflation that the Auditor General's office may have made, and I think we perhaps may have not done a very good job in helping them understand essentially the channels through which relief is undertaken at DMMU. I submit, Chair.
Honorable Mnyima.
Chair, I just wanted to find out what the from the NC, what the disaster Management Operations Manual, what it provides for if you are using transportation that is not necessarily for the DMMU, but could be for any other government wing. What does the manual require that the unit does to give supplies to where a disaster? Is it just are there no provisions? Because I heard your operations manager, I don't know the designation, saying you just write a letter. Is that the standard procedure based on the manual?
Thank you. Also, the NCO, your Director Operations, I just want you to clarify. I think I'm finding it actually difficult. The period under review, especially for superior milling, just a clarity. There's 9,950 by 10 kgs, 9,690 by 12.5 kgs, and 5,011 by 25 kgs of millimil distributed to various parts of the country. We're not supported with MOUs signed between DMMU and respective transporters. Is this, what kind of relief was this? So that we can now able to ascertain also how we proceed from there. Because Auditor General is saying there were no signed MOUs with respective transporters. So maybe once you clarify that on the particular, these ones I've mentioned, where it went, and if you at all you did contract any transporters to that effect, so that we're able now to assess and then have a conclusion on this matter. Honorable Mfarari.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair, to the coordinator. The whole essence of having your manuals is to allow for transparency in the way you are handling the public resources or the distribution of these goods. Now, the director here has just indicated that if you don't have transport, DMMU has its own transport. How many trucks do you have in total which were used for this? And you also engaged, in your response, you said you engaged Defense Forces and using a letter. Could we have a cite of the letter? And what were the conditions for the
Thank you.
same?
NC, you can proceed. If it's the Director Operations or NC, you can proceed with those questions.
Thank you, Chair. Through the National Coordinator. In terms of the drawings from superior milling, so we essentially have a combined drawdowns on the relief milling mill that was drawn, incident based and also for the main relief pipeline. So most of the drawings that we did in 2023 were incident based, and I'd request that perhaps we submit how we drew down in 2023 based on the incidents that we experienced and the transport that we used to transport to the targeted beneficiaries. And then secondly, whether we did engage any transporters in, is it in the same respect? Yeah, we can clarify that as well. I think we can provide the details on transporters that were engaged. So we'll just break it down from the time the drawdown started all the way up to 2023 at the time of the audit. So we'll provide that further clarity.
Just a point of order.
Yes.
Director, what was difficult for you to provide the information that you are saying you have to the auditors so that this matter could have not come here? What challenges were you finding?
Thank you. Honorable Mkumbi.
Chair, it's quite difficult to to understand their responses
On the suppliers and also transporters, if you look at your response, NC, you are saying, in addition to lack of documentation, such as contracts and other necessary procurement documents for transporters, have contributed to the delay in paying those arrears. You owe FRI about 400 million, then transporters 64 million, total 464. So I want to find out from you whether you have now found these missing, contract documents to enable you pay these transporters, or how are you going to pay them in the absence of all these documents? How are you going to pay them? I believe, Chair, we are combining Roman numeral 1 and Roman numeral 2. Chair, submit.
Thank you. Honorable Wamnyima.
Chair, mine has been overtaken by Wens. Just to understand, really, there is a lot of documentation that DMMU is saying they are ready to bring. I don't know if we should proceed because this documentation needs to be verified by Auditor General. So, on Honorable Mfalali's question, perhaps, to Director Operations through the NC, why are you subjecting the committee to say you are ready to avail this in documentation when this documentation was requested for by the auditors? So you are taking us at sea. We are actually laboring to understand your last submission, laboring to the extreme points, because we are not auditors, so you're really dragging us back. So, Chair, I'm really trying to understand why this documentation, letters of engagement of transporters and so, why wasn't this seen as to be important at audit?
Thank you. Through NC, I think there's that question for the Director Operations. Why did you provide the information? Then NC, you can tackle the one from Honorable Mkumbi and Honorable Wamnyima. So maybe Director Operations, you can proceed.
Chair, on the issue that I requested that we provide, I think it comes as an additional request from this committee for the incident-based operations that we conduct, and that wasn't part of the initial query from the Auditor General's office, so it comes as an extra submission I submit.
I think that Director Operations is emanating from what you're answering. There's no information to substantiate what you've put up through here. That's why when those questions are arising, you are supposed also to come with backup information to substantiate some of these issues we are looking at. If what you provided was adequate, we can't ask for that. Honorable, that's just a comment. Honorable Mfarari, before NC comes
Chair,
in.
you know why I asked you, you said you had, the acting director said he had, actually in short he moved us to make the whole operation to be an incident based. And that's the more reason they didn't provide, or they didn't go in detail in providing the details of who is transporting, because it was more incident based. I don't know who gave us this, the superior milling drawdown. From here, there is no indication of who was picking what, which vehicle carried, because I'm seeing 3,000 bags which were taken for Chongwe, I think. Yeah. Then out of this register or your report, there is no indication of the transporter who carried it, whether it's ZNS number what, or it's a DMMU vehicle. There is nothing. So I think it's you who is telling us that these were incident-based. Now, if they were incident-based, so who was transporting those incidents-based? Were they picking on their own or not? Because they're telling us that it's just incident-based, Because I think that's what the director is trying to drive us to say the whole transaction was just incidence-based. Was this all incidence-based? Maybe you could help us. But even if the quantities speak for themselves, who was carrying these? 3,000 bags. You can't just send someone there and say, collect. No.
Thank you, Honorable Mfarari. This is an internal document from Superior Milling, which auditor has requested to see what DMMU has drawn from Superior Milling. But DMMU in that vein, they're supposed to provide now the actual information on who picked what truck number, what was the distribution, to that effect. So now it can ascertain how this milling moved, if it went to Mambwe, how many trucks went to Mambwe, and all that. I think NC, maybe you can answer the two questions, then we'll have a position. The one from Honorable Mukumbi, and also the one from Honorable Amnyuma.
Thank you very much, Chair. In response to Honorable Mukumbi on the payment to transporters, I wish to inform the committee that this is in relation to amounts owed by DMMU. I think he raised two issues there, transporters as well as FRA. On the FRA issue, as I indicated earlier, this is being handled by the Office of the Secretary Treasury in terms of making funds available, because this goes back as far as 2012 in terms of what DMMU owes. But in terms of what DMMU owes to transporters, as I indicated earlier, due to lack of adequate documentation and therefore inability by the controlling officer to proceed in respect of dismantling those specific claims, the Office of the Auditor General has been engaged to advise the Disaster Management Mitigation Unit on the correct position of all amounts owed. And DMMU has been advised not to make any payments of outstanding arrears, whether to transporters or suppliers of other goods and services, until such an Auditor General. So in respect to that query, I submit. And in response to Honorable Amunyima on whether this documentation was provided, one key issue here is that there were some additional processes in engaging Office of the Auditor General in respect of this specific query. And one of the issues that was raised, I think in clarification there, was that because the Disaster Management Operations Manual indicates that there must be MOUs for any transportation, then this query could not be dropped. But I am also eager, Honorable Chair, to see that there's additional supporting documentation in respect of those drawdowns indicated from Superior Milling. I submit.
Honorable Mwila.
Thank you, Chair. I seek clarification based on that submission regarding the payments to transporters. So who has advised DMMU not to make any payments until that audit verification is done? And now also on the audit, when did it start and when is it expected to end? I submit, Chair.
Thank you. NC, you can proceed unless there's any other question. Honorable Amnyima.
Chair, NC, these officers who lost contracts and documentation and now we are failing to pay, what has been done to them? Have they been disciplined? Because this is important information. Departments responsible to safeguard documents. The documentation is lost. Where are they? If they are there, have they been disciplined? So that going forward, we should not have a repeat of this negligence, where accountable documents are misplaced, and now your payments have to be guided by strict correspondence with Auditor General and Treasury, which creates unnecessary bureaucracy in service delivery in government.
Thank you, Honorable Amnyima. NC, I think where we're having an issue is first and foremost, how long have you been in that office? It's from 2021, if not October, November. This is 2023, November. It's 2 years plus. And for me, what I want to understand is, like Accountant General's position, every quarter we submit. When did you write the letter to the Office of the Auditor General to come and authenticate or ascertain the level of indebtedness for DMMU? Because why I'm saying that, you see, if we don't know, we are doing the budget. Do we think what has been provided will help us extinguish our debt from DMMU? Okay, if we don't ascertain, because government only based on what you've submitted in summary, what DMMU is owing at a particular time. And we keep carrying forward if some has been funded, but we should know the position to say this is what has been authenticated, this has been verified by the Office of the Auditor General, then this is now how much we owe. And from you said you were 600 million in terms of indebtedness and you've paid some of it. We also want to know, okay, from your schedules and ledgers, says this is what we've paid as DMMU, and this is what remains to be verified, saying yes, it was supplied and we owe them. So I want to know, when did you write? And like Honorable, I think it's interrelated with Honorable Mwila's question, and when is this process finishing, so that we are able to know, to say this is the position for DMMU, so that even as the budget comes, who argue it to say no, us as far now. Imagine the budget comes and there's provisions for dismantling of arrears under DMMU, then they put 100 million. How do we argue it? We just say I support the budget, let it proceed, because we don't know. That's why members want to know. They ought to know, so that even as you look at the estimates in the budget, we're able to say this is what you need to give DMM. It's not enough. Minister of Finance, can you reconsider? Because we know the level of indebtedness, but where we are at with your chief accountant, we don't know. There is an ongoing, and we are waiting for Auditor General to finish. So please clarify that when you wrote, and also when this aforesaid program of verifying bills will end, if there's such a window. Then you can also tackle Honorable Miller's question and Honorable Waminima's question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for that question. I'll begin by answering that. It's the Auditor General's office that wrote to us to say, do not make any payments until they've been verified. So it's from the time that the Auditor General wrote to us. So we have not made any payment from that time for any payments that were not that are yet to be verified from the time that we received the letter from the Office of the Auditor General. Now, in respect of the position of debt, we only mentioned that the situation is dynamic only because we keep receiving new claims. So we had a position, but new claims are coming. And that's why we indicated that perhaps the true extent of the debt is not known until that verification has been done. And I think it's due to, or really a function of the due diligence on our part to ensure that even all the payments that are going out there are truly backed by adequate supporting documentation. So the idea of making payments, like I indicated in 2022, in light of the amount of debt that was owed, we followed procedure to the letter in terms of ensuring that recommendations were sent to Ministry of Finance, and Ministry of Finance had its own internal processes. As you are aware, Honorable Chair, Ministry of Finance has its own internal audit that also checked the adequacy of the documentation, as well as a desk from the Drug Enforcement Commission. So once clearance was obtained from Ministry of Finance, we went ahead and made those payments. But when we reached further challenges in terms of making recommendations to Ministry of Finance, we then wrote to Secretary to Treasury to say, how do we proceed with these additional claims? So we did quite some work in dismantling those areas that we felt had adequate documentation, and indeed those areas were paid. But following that, the Secretary to Treasury then advised us to form a committee to confirm that documents were, that goods or services were indeed received by government, and then a recommendation was made. But because we noticed that this was taking up a lot of our time, instead of us focusing on our actual ongoing works, we found that we were being retrospective and dedicating a lot of time to this issue. We engaged an office within the government system itself that had the requisite capacities and skills to give us a position on how to proceed. Hence, our engagement with Office of the Auditor General. I'm not exactly sure of the exact date within which we wrote Office of the Auditor General, but it's within a period of about within 3 months from today. I submit. And in terms of Honorable Wamunyima, Chair, we have, for example, in situations where we failed to find adequate documentation, we have written to the officers that were in charge at the time to give us an explanation of how the transactions were. And that's what we continue to do. But we are waiting for the final confirmation and recommendation from the Office of the Auditor General on how to proceed beyond that. I submit.
Thank you. Before Honorable Mwila proceeds, maybe NC, you can bear us a letter which Auditor General wrote to you that you shouldn't pay. Because what I'm seeing in this file is a letter you wrote to Auditor General, to a Secretary to Treasury, and the letter the Auditor General responded. But you've submitted that Auditor General directed you not to pay that until they do their confirmation. I'm finding it difficult to understand because it's not in their role to stop you to pay. Their role as Auditor General is to come and carry out an audit and verify if they've got a query, because that is your within your mandate as a controlling officer. You can constitute teams to look at some of these bills, unless there's something we don't understand which is emanating from there, where Auditor General can don't pay until we come and verify. Before Honorable Mfarari comes in and Honorable Amnyima, maybe Auditor General help us understand how your office wrote to them to tell them not to pay. Where is it emanating from? Did you carry out an audit? Was there a forensic audit? What is a... Because I haven't seen any correspondence, NC, where Auditor General is stopping you to pay. I've seen a response, which is confidential, 26 September, where request for a comprehensive audit of arrears. Request. That's saying reference is made to your letter, DMMU/71/6/10, dated 25 September, regarding the above matter. I wish to take this content of your letter and wish to advise you that my office will immediately assemble a team of auditors to come and carry out audit of arrears as requested by yourself. I'll be advising the composition of the team. In the meantime, kindly suspend payment of arrears till they are verified. Yeah, so what I'm trying to understand is you requested them to come and verify, not that they told you to stop to pay until they come and verify. Am I correct? You requested them to come and audit their arrears because you are not sure, which is not an issue. An issue I was having is them telling you don't pay, we want to come and verify. Where is it emanating from? That's why I wanted Auditor General to just comment, unless I'm not, I don't know. That's I think the letters which are attached here, that's what they are stipulating. I don't know, Mr. Chitumbo, maybe you can comment on that. Then NC, you come.
Thank you, Chair. So the Office of the Auditor General had carried out an audit of DMMU, the normal annual audit. Now, emanating from that, there were certain issues, I think, which are not certain issues, let me be specific. There were issues of arrears like we have observed, but during the audit, those arrears, some of them did not have supporting documentation. And so after the audit was done, the management of DMMU had a meeting with management from Auditor General's office, and I think it was agreed that as a way of trying to move from that position of not having documentation, if it was possible, Auditor General would constitute a team which would also involve some forensic auditors and try to see how if DMMU could not get the documentation in the normal way that documentation is supposed to be obtained, we thought on the basis of incomplete information, if it was possible for Auditor General to get in touch with the suppliers and other government agencies that were involved in the transactions, if information could be obtained, then a position could be established. So before that position could be established, Auditor General advised DMMU that they will be paying as those verifications are done. So that did not in any way mean that they should not pay, but as soon as information is obtained and corroborated with other agencies, then that liability could be settled. I submit, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Muila, then Honorable Mfarari, then NC, you clarify.
I think part of my question, Chair, was when is this verification coming to an end? Because with a moratorium on the payments, it has implications even on the operations of the DMMU. We have seen here where some of the transporters are refusing to participate because they are owed so much money, and it's good for them also to clear this issue as soon as possible. So there must be a time frame. When is the verification going to end? I submit.
Thank you, Chair. I requested the director who was saying they just wrote, and when they write, things happen. Where is the letter? I think I requested for the letter that they talked about. Secondly, Chair, where is the person in charge of Lusaka province on the 3,000 bags that were delivered in Chong? Who is sitting in Lusaka?
Regional, you call them regional? Lusaka regional coordinator. Where is the Lusaka? Who's in charge of Lusaka?
I'm here.
Okay, be on standby. Honorable,
Yes, could he just tell us how 3,000 bags found themselves in Chongwe without documentation, and the response or correspondences to that effect for him to request that Chongwe needs millimil? Because all those documents are not found. So how, because in their answer they are saying the district, whatever who was there, could maybe trace that, it could be whatever. So where is the district officer who was in Chongwe? And you as regional coordinator, what was your role in procuring or asking this miller to give you the 3,000 bags? Because all those documents are not there. Could we just be guided properly?
Thank you, Honorable Amnima.
Chair, just follow up on NC's answer to my question. Your arrears are from 2021 to 2023. You indicated, NC, in your submission that you are engaging some of these former officers. Are you telling me that you did a total overhaul of DMMU? There should be some who are still working there, because contracts of supply, These are important documents. How does a department lose contracts? These people who are negligent, they must be disciplined. Unless if from 2021 2023 you've done a total overhaul of your staff. But if they are there and they can't explain where necessary procurement documents, bids, tenders, contracts, documentation, these things have just disappeared in thin air. We have a problem as a committee and would like to know who these people are.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Lumai.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to add on Honorable Mufalari's question. I wanted to remind the coordinator for Lusaka province that as he responds, let him take into consideration that their response regarding Chongwe, they are saying, I wish to inform the committee that it is regrettable that acquittal sheets for the 4,480 by 12.5 kg that were availed for audit scrutiny lacked vital details such as village or location where they are found, while some acquittals showed that beneficiaries received more bags of meal than others. So as he responds, he should take into consideration that their submission is, as I've stated, the chair, so that he can put the committee to speed.
Thank you. Hence, you can proceed. I think for the documentation, honorable colleagues, it is not here because it could have been submitted. But however, I think NC will answer for himself. Then we'll have Lusaka to clarify on that. NC, you can proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. In respect of the query on Lusaka province, I wish to remind the committee that there are two issues here. The first is the 3,000 by 10 kg bags that were distributed between 7th May 2021 and 6th August 2021, which had no beneficiary acquittals to confirm distribution. And the second issue is the 4,480, which had beneficiary acquittals but lacked vital details such as village or location, as well as a justification or rationale as to why some people receive more bags of meal than others. So in responding to that, we have our current Lusaka district coordinator, Mr. Kangachepe Zulu, who will respond to the second part. And we've also invited the former Lusaka province coordinator, Mr. Milton Malaya, to respond to the one in relation to the 3,000 by 10 kg bags, because Mr. Kangachepe Zulu was not in office at the time, as it was Mr. Malaya who was there. In relation to the complete overhaul, I wish to inform the committee that there were some changes indeed that were undertaken at the unit, and that's why we are inviting SYO members to be present to respond to some of the issues raised here. And we continue to write rather to the former members when we find that there's a query in relation to something, to explain why there's a missing documentation and so forth. So through the Office of the Auditor General, I think they'll give a comprehensive position for the issues, and beyond that, I think there'll be a more comprehensive and robust system that will be put in place in order to justify or indeed verify whether the documentation was there or not. But in terms of the timelines for the completion, what I do know is that the Auditor General's final report for this special audit will be ready in December. But as we speak, I wish to inform the committee that various suppliers of goods and services are engaging the Disaster Management Mitigation Unit through official correspondence in respect of the debt owed to them. So what happens, for example, is that a supplier is coming to us from the time that the audit started, or from the time that the engagement started with Office of Auditor General in September now. Supplier will write to the DMMU to say, can you look into my issue? And we then channel that to the Office of the Auditor General, who will then determine whether to put that as a priority issue or not. But this is also to mention that we are waiting for advice from the Auditor General's office in respect of the true standing of our debt position before we can proceed. And I think it's only prudent upon the state to ensure that any expenditure is due to services that were officially offered to the government. Through you, Chair, I wish to invite our current Lusaka province regional coordinator as well as the erstwhile regional coordinator. Submit.
Thank you, NC. Just before he comes in, maybe just from the time this arrangement, or we've come up with this collaboration with Auditor General, maybe I vote to this committee how much has been verified to that effect, to say so much bills have been verified and we're looking at paying, if as it were, so that we understand the traction and where you're at, and so that we at least have an understanding to that effect. Have any of those outstanding bills which you stated in your 400 million, I think in your letter to the AG, what has been verified to that effect? Then the Lusaka regional coordinator can come through. You can proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'm not in receipt of any recommendation in terms of a supplier yet that has been cleared and passed for payment, but I would perhaps advise the Honorable Chair, although it's not my position, do so to invite the Auditor General's office to give their position. Thank you.
Thank you. Why I'm asking that question, NC, is that we wanted to, since there's that collaboration, because as far as Auditor General is concerned, there's that collaboration between the two offices. And if you have not received anything, then nothing has been done. That's what we take as a committee. Because Auditor General is here, you are here, and if anything, you are on the receiving end because you've requested. So you provide information, they verify it, as it were, then now they write to you saying this, I think documentations are okay, we can proceed to pay. So as we speak, I stand to be corrected, there's nothing which has been verified from your submission and from their submission, because them they are submitting also. Yes, NC.
Honorable Chair, it's my understanding that there'll be a final report ready in December. Therefore, my understanding would be that whatever work is being undertaken now will be aggregated, compiled, and the report will be provided then. So I'm not sure to conclude that nothing has been done would be a correct position, because there's a report that's ongoing and the final submission will be made in December. I submit.
Thank you, NC. For me, I think emanating from that is, for me, it's not an audit. If you get it from, it's not an audit. So for them, if the submission from Auditor General is an ongoing, you submit, you provide, they verify, they submit to you, you continue paying. That's why I think in his submission, the director here said they have not stopped you from paying. They verify, you make a payment. So if it's carried out as an audit, then by the end of the year, we wait, they submit a report, then we pay. Then there's a problem. Because for what we've provided for this year, we should extinguish. Honorable Committee, I think that's a submission. It should be an ongoing. You provide, they verify. It's a verification. It's not an audit. Yes, Honorable.
Now we are getting confused. This is the Auditor General is auditing old records or suppliers that were that are demanding or that want to be paid. So how are they carrying their audit? Are they going through the files that are with the DMMU, or it's as you come? Maybe could they just explain to us, because now we are getting confused, because looks like there is no audit going on there.
Mr. Chitumbo will answer that. From his submission, if you followed him, he said they carried out an audit. There were payments which had missing documentation. Oh, this is not there, this is not there. So now it necessitated a verification. Probably a supplier will come and say, oh, here is my thing, here is my other LP, or here is my what. So it needed to be verified by Auditor General to say, yes, this one you can now pay him. To that effect. Mr. Chitumbo, you can clarify. That's what I got from what he has submitted. Unless it's a new audit, then we'll take it as such.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yes, I think you have put it very well. But I want to give an illustration that there have been some suppliers, I think, for whom documentation is not available at DMMU. But through third parties, for instance, ZAMSA, who received the supplies that DMMU were supposed to pay for, were able to confirm information from ZAMSA that that particular supplier delivered some items to ZAMSA for distribution throughout the country. And so using that kind of arrangement, we are able to confirm some of the supplies for which DMMU is supposed to pay. But I want to say generally the exercise has been very slow, as information has not been easy to come across. I submit.
So I take it's not an audit, it's a verification.
Honorable Chair, it's not an audit per se, but like I mentioned in my earlier submission, that emanating from the audit, that our annual audit that we carried out, we determined that there were certain figures that could not be supported. And so when we indicated that to DMMU management, they asked how we could go around that, and so they asked, I think through a meeting with the management for Auditor General's office, it was agreed that we could come up with a team that would include our forensic auditors and try to see if we can find documentation, we can help them find documentation for those items, and that is the exercise that we are currently doing. I would be very hesitant to call it an audit.
Thank you. Lusaka, you can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Through the NC, I'm responding to the query related to the 4,480 bags of mealie that were distributed to Chongwe that lacked detailed acquittals. And by detailed acquittals, the auditors raised the concern concerning lack of location-specific information. Now here, may I inform the committee that traditionally we have used the standard type of acquittal where we just indicate the name of the beneficiary, the NRC, and basically the item that is being received by that beneficiary. However, moving forward, we have noted the recommendation of the audit team that there is necessity in including location-specific details to the acquittal.
It's not being recorded. So because
Sorry?
I think he has to start. He was not being recorded. The mic was not on.
Oh, the mic was not on. Okay, you can restart.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I was indicating that I am responding to the query related to the 4,480 bags of mealie meal that were distributed to Chongwe district that lacked detailed acquittals. And by detailed acquittals, basically it is the issue that the auditors raised concerning the fact that those acquittals did not include contact information, location-specific information of the beneficiaries for ease of tracing. And I was indicating earlier that this is because traditionally we have been using acquittals that have been in a certain standard in terms of we were just looking at the name of the beneficiary, the NRC of the beneficiary as an unique identifier for that beneficiary, the date and the signature. However, we do note the observation of the audit team, and we do see the need in adjusting these acquittals so that they reflect the information that is being recommended. And we have already implemented such an approach, because in our recent distributions, we have been capturing this information and we have brought documentation to prove that. I must say here that we are currently working on standardizing the acquittal also. There is a process underway to standardize the acquittal so that we do not face this challenge in the future. I submit.
Chair.
Honorable Farage.
So what are you saying on those people that were getting more bags than others? Why were you giving more bags to certain families, or why was your district giving more bags of mealie meal without justification? And further, Chair, I find this to be something else. You are saying 4,480 bags, yes, they were given. But your system that you are using, or the system that you are using, you just used to record the NRC and name. Now, based on that, you were also giving more bags to people than what was required, to certain people. What was the justification of that?
Honorable Amnima.
Chair, the regional representative of DMM Lusaka is talking about a traditional document, traditional acquittal. Is DMMU guided by traditions or you have regulations? Don't you have a standard acquittal form which should have details based on, because now if you are guided by traditions like Parliament, to say a traditional document, which in this situation lacks sufficient information. So I want to understand, NC, through you to your coordinate, whether you are at liberty as an entity to decide what sort of acquittal form you should have, or you have a standard form which is approved within your regulations, as opposed to having a traditional document which lacks information.
Thank you. Any questions, Honorable Mai?
Mr. Chairman, I think mine will go to Mr. Malaya, because what I want to know, the query, Mr. Chairman, at that particular time, DMMU went against the provisions of the operations manual at that time. And Mr. Chairman, at that time, there was no letter from DMMU to Superior Milling telling them how many bags of mealie meal were needed in Chongwe. There was no documentation whatsoever. So DMMU on its own decided to take mealie meal to Chongwe, where there was no indication whatsoever that there was need for that in Chongwe. Further to this, Mr. Chairperson, mealie meal was delivered in Chongwe to people we don't know, because there is no whatever acquittal sheets provided before this committee. So what I want to know from Mr. Malaya One, why did he go against the operations manual? Number two, how did they arrive at the number of bags of milling meal to go to Chongwe? And how did Superior Milling know that we need to transport this number of bags to Chongwe, because there was no communication whatsoever with the Superior Milling?
Thank you. I was writing something. NC is not there. Where's the NC? He stepped out. Okay. Who's taking up those questions? Mr. Malaya, you can proceed through the NC.
Thank you, Chair. To start with, Chair, DMMU Lusaka Province doesn't procure, and DMMU Lusaka Province doesn't have transportation to deliver a commodity to districts. And the DMMU Lusaka Province aims at doing a request after, on an instant issue, after an assessment. Then DMMU Lusaka Province, like any other province, will do a request to the national office with specifics. So in this case for Chongwe, Chair, Chongwe was in the relief pipeline after the in-depth vulnerability assessment. So national office, Chair, had to take relief to Chongwe. And it's not Lusaka Province to do a request to the miller. Contrary to that, Chair, it's the national office from the request that is given by the province to engage a transporter to deliver the commodities to the district. And then in this case, the District Disaster Management Committee, headed by the chairperson, who is the district commissioner, and the committee members in that district, will now distribute the relief to the beneficiaries. I submit.
Yes, Honorable. Maybe before we proceed, can NC, I think he hasn't answered those questions which you asked. Honorable Amnima asked, I think, and yourself. Maybe NC can clarify, then now you can come through so that we can I don't know if NC remember the questions?
Yes, Honorable Chair. I think it's in relation to the acquittal. Yes, so I think the submission made was indicative of whether we have a standard acquittal or not, and the answer is we do have a completion certificate. We do have a completion certificate, which is a standard document, and I wish to submit to you, Honorable Chair, that DMMU also, in addition to the standard completion certificate, gets confirmation from the recipients of this distribution. So there is a standard documentation. There is a standard document. However, as indicated by Lusaka Province, we're in the process of fortifying the completion certificate with an additional document that will show the actual location of the beneficiaries, which is what, for example, Southern Province has started to implement. I submit.
Honorable Mfarari, can proceed now.
My question was, let me just go to maybe whether the former Mr. Malaya. Mr. Malaya, the query here is that there is no indication that you made a request to the head office. Where is the request that you made to the head office for the 3,000 bags? And even the current, where is the request that you made?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, NC, for your elaborate submission with regards to completion certificate Which brings me to my next question. Where are the completion certificates for this Lusaka, this Chongwe transaction? Where more bags were being given to other beneficiaries? Where are those certificates so that we can appreciate as a committee?
Honorable colleagues, I'll allow NC and his team to answer those two questions, then we make progress. If we don't have an adequate answer, we have a position. NC can proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'd like to pass this on to my colleagues to respond, submit.
People from Lusaka, you can proceed and answer.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of one family receiving, one household receiving more bags than the other, I think this, Chair, is determined by the number of people in a certain household. You'll find that one household that is affected, there are 2, and then another family that is affected, there are 8. So you cannot give the same number of relief in that household. And then for the completion, it's not a completion certificate in this case. In this case, it's the acquittal sheets that were supposed to be presented to the auditor. And in this case, Chair, I wasn't there. The information is that what was given by the people that were found there, because this is a legacy issue. This was audited in 2022 because it's a 2021 issue, and then when they went there, they were new people, and then what was given, I'm told, it was the number was overlapping. The auditor said the number of bags that were found on this number of 3,000 was more than the number of bags. So it was presented, but I think it couldn't qualify the standard, but otherwise. That's how the procedure is supposed to be. It is not, Lusaka will give a report and a request where there is an incident. Like today, if a report was received that there is a disaster in Chongwe, an analysis will be done, an assessment will be done.
Just hold on, you can switch off your mic. Yes, Honorable Mnima.
Chair, I think the submission, the officer has already distanced himself from the issue, so that he was not there, but we don't know why he's laboring to introduce other explanations which the committee is not interested to receive. All we want to know, Chair, is that these people received more bags. He was not there, but he's justified why they should receive more bags. So his submission is really confusing this committee. So, I mean, I think, Chair, it is only right that we take position. Clearly, the issue, there are no answers to this effect. And even when the DMMU here must provide to this committee their acquittal sheet, the standard acquittal sheet they have, because they seem to have one. They don't seem to have an acquittal sheet which would satisfy audit requirements, which is very, 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 very dangerous, because the DMMU is it's one of the biggest departments in the country which is involved in providing relief. So we need the standard acquittal sheet, so that if it means reforms for them to have an acquittal sheet which should be an auditable document, so be it. I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Let's make progress. We are not going anywhere on that issue. Honorable colleagues, I guide that we look at copper belt, unaccounted for 75 by 25 bags of millimil, Chingola, unaccounted for maize in Kitwe. We can look at those issues before we proceed to procurement matters. So any questions on those two issues? The maize which was issued to Moose and Kana Milling, 3,507 by 50 kg bags of white maize costing 631,026. Honorable Lumai, you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before the people of Mufurira can come through, A quick one, National Coordinator. It is your submission that this millimil went to the orphanage. And a simple question, Mr. Chairman, would be, if you had this information that the millimil went to the orphanage, why was this query not dealt with at the time of audit? So that we can make progress, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Honorable Mwila, I wanted to ask, you can proceed.
Chair, with regard to the unaccounted for maize in Kitwe, I'm lost, Chair, because of the language that is, first of all, in the audit report, that arising from the internal audit report, DMMU engaged Moose and Incana Milling to process maize, whose quantity was not stated. So already there I see a problem, because it appears DMMU didn't even know the quantity of maize. I mean the quantity of millimil that was supposed to come out of this 3,507. So that's where my question is: what was the issue here? Why was this maize given to Moose and Incana? How many bags of millimil were expected to come out, and where was this maize supposed to go? Because it appears this whole exercise has no accountability at all. I submit, Chair.
Thank you. NC, you can proceed with those two questions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and thank you, Honorable Members, for your questions that require clarifications in relation to bags of millimil. So before we proceed into answering the specifics, Honorable Chair, allow me to invite, through you, Chair, Mr. Makoichi Suta to give us a background. This is for the benefit of the committee, to understand how, for example, DMMU engaged millers and how DMMU was drawing down maize from the millers, to give us that sort of background to appreciate how we reached this position before we delve into the specific issues.
Mr. Chisuta, can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. And through the NC, this arrangement with the toll milling emanated, I think, the period 2019 to 2020. If you recall, the country at that time experienced some dry spells, and some parts of the country were affected adversely in that they were not expecting any yields from the crop that they cultivated. So DMMU, I think through the Office of the Secretary to the Cabinet, made an arrangement that DMMU gets involved in this toll milling business with identified credible millers. For Southern Province, Choma Milling was selected. For Western Province, there was Country Millers. In Lusaka Province, there were about 2 others. Copperbelt, a number of them, I think, Mine Workers Union of Zambia, Milling Company, HM, Kana, Shimangachanga. In Wapula, there was Jimbara. So maize was drawn from the National Strategic Reserves, from the Food Reserve Agency. The Secretary to the Cabinet's office authorized DMMU to make a drawdown of a specific quantity of maize, which was then allocated to the selected millers. And to that effect, there were some contracts that were drawn between, entered into between DMMU and the millers, where there was an arrangement of 70% to be processed into millimil packaged, and then the remaining 30% was to be retained by the millers. So that's the brief background I can give on the engagement of the toll milling business between DMMU and selected millers countrywide. I submit.
Thank you. Let's allow NC to. You can proceed.
Now, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Now, in response to your specific queries, I'd like to invite our regional coordinator, through you, Chair, for Copperbelt Province to respond.
Thank you. The regional coordinator, Copperbelt.
Thank you very much, Chair. Through my national coordinator, I'll start with the Chingola, it's 75 or 50 bags of mealie. I think all the documentation has been provided. I'm yet to believe that before or when the auditors did come, we had the challenge of keeping of records in the district. You may wish to know, Chair, through my national coordinator, that we didn't have the district disaster management coordinators who have just been employed. But before that, we're relying on the district administrative officers. And in Chingola, the new person who went there did not receive all the documentation from the former DAO. So by the time I'm here to believe the auditors did go there, they did not find all these. But the acquittals were there. What wasn't there were the acknowledgement letters from the organizations which did receive these. And at this particular time, we have handed all the acknowledgement letters. I submit, Chair.
Honorable Ferrari.
What I find strange is the districts and the provinces, the way they operate. Why do you have difficulties to explain or to provide the necessary documents when needed? Why are you having challenges? And NC, we see this as a continuing trend. Your accountant, or whether it's your accountant or the finance person here, he's telling us he has no proper record of what he owes. And so it looks like it's a continuing thing. And Chair, the Auditor General's office has just indicated that they actually, those they are doing is not even an audit. So it gives us some concern when we see the records like these. People, they come and say, no, these records are now available. When the audit was going on, there was no documentation. So certain things could have been ended there if documentation was provided. Now you just bring these and it becomes bulky. So I don't know, Chair. Maybe we just proceed and conclude, because there is no proper response for some of these things. Yes, the DMMU that time they had the people who were doing part-time, but now you have permanent. Yes, permanent people that are sitting in districts, and we look for.
Member, can you make us understand what you mean by that part-time?
It's these people who they were getting just to help. They help DMMU in a district. You find the DI, what do they could use to the DAO? He's the one handling whatever. So when he is not happy that morning, he won't attend to it, or he won't even keep the records after they have done they have executed the. But now we have. So, but with the trend which we are seeing, NC, which we are concerned with, is where documentation is not availed at audit stage. And afterwards, people now come and say, no, we actually had this, or we have this, now we have found it. Yet, all these could have not come through here. But you find people are not available to provide. And that's a source of concern for this committee. And that also goes, I gave an example of the person in charge of finance or accountant. We find it strange, and we are still grappling here. Why you have not put your records straight? You have been in the office. You should put your records straight. The excuse which you are giving us that, no, I'm not too sure. While the auditing, I mean the accounting systems are as simple as they could be, I think they are able to show, you are supposed to have up-to-date balances properly, and you should, what is being questioned should have been put aside, but it's still continuing. So I find it strange, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amnima, sorry, I had a question. Maybe you can attend to your question.
Chair, no, for me, Chair, is a concern that while we appreciate the NC's, his folder this year is slightly smaller. So it means he's improved. Last year he came with documents like a lawyer, but I think while we commend him, I think he's been let down by officials not giving documentation. So, Chair, I don't know why we should keep on interrogating this document. We are actually being unfair to ourselves, because in most instances it seems that the audit is being done from this committee. So for me, Chair, it's my submission that until the officers who have suddenly found this documentation, which missed during audit, they can avail it to Auditor General, it's verified, then only can we have a conversation with submission, Chair.
Yes,
Honorable Mkumbi.
Chair, I want to second the honourable member of Parliament there. If you look at even their appendix 3, where the controlling officers even requested for a special audit to be done. So there's more to be done in this particular, I don't want to call it a department or this unit. There's more to be done. So it's like we are doing audit ourselves, because they should have provided all this information to auditors at the time when auditors were there. Now, if all this has been coming as an afterthought, or maybe after audit has been done, what are we doing? If the NC has also requested for a special audit to be done, why should we keep even interrogating? Chair, I submit.
Thank you. Just to clarification again to honourable members, there is no audit. It's a verification of arrears. We used to do that in government. So there is no audit going on. Audit has already been done. There's a team which has been constituted. Once the verification has been done, DMM will proceed to pay. That is where we stand. However, with that said, NC, I think moving forward, we, like you've already made in your submission, I think we want those reports. We want to look at the indebtedness, as it were, where we are at, if that can be populated, even if it has not yet been verified, and I can proceed to submit those information to Auditor General to verify so that you can pay. And also what you've so far paid from the period under review as DMMU, the distribution list of milling drawn from Superior Milling, and also if there are all those MOUs and contracts, as it were, if they were private contractors, as it's been mentioned, from that period under review 2021 to 2023. And we also would love to appreciate your standard acquittal schedule. The letters which you wrote, the question which was asked by Honorable Mfarari, the letters you wrote to the Defense Forces to request for transportation, and if there's any of those correspondences to that effect. Then the issue which your regional coordinators have submitted, we want that documentation, because they are saying it's available. From Copperbelt, Mr. Kalemwa, from the Lusaka province, let's have that information. And any other we haven't tackled, because if I look at your submission, NC, we have issues to do with failure to provide beneficial assessment records. If they are there now, we can have them submitted together as part of the submission. Then, honorable colleagues, we haven't looked at the construction of Simon Mwalane Market. Failure to avail documents for the audit, I think that is gross, actually. If you look at the Public Finance Act number 1 of 2018, I think section 84, if I'm not mistaken. And also, actually also the Constitution, because Auditor General are the ones who've been mandated to have access to any office unfettered, and information should be provided. So those are some of the issues I think you can provide to us, NC, by next week Wednesday. Next week, Wednesday, we should have all that information. Then we can come and revisit these issues and look at them. The Secretariat, take note that submissions by Wednesday for those documentation. Why I'm saying so, NC, because I'm told I should believe they're available, because there's submission that they're now available for audit. So if they're available, I think they can be submitted to that effect. So we want that information, NC, then we'll call you back to come and finish up this submission and look at it critically, unless there are any other submissions from honorable members. If not, NC, let me take this opportunity to thank you most sincerely for coming to appear before this honorable committee and to look at some of these issues which has been cited in the Auditor General's report. And I think moving forward, we've seen what has been highlighted, and there are a lot of issues still with DMMU which needs to be looked at and ensure that they are mitigated to that effect, to ensure that we reduce these queries moving forward. And also for you to come out, especially on the indebtedness, to see that you start on a clean slate, or especially on those legacy issues, that government can have a position, clear position, on the indebtedness of DMMU. Even as those estimates come to Parliament, like I said earlier, we are able to support the executive and approve the budget. And that budget which should ensure that it extinguishes your debt as DMMU, so that you don't have issues where contractors are not wanting to work with you because you're owing them. And also, I think one other issue which this committee will take up with the Auditor General himself, will take it up, to ensure that we find out what is happening with verification of arrears and why is it delaying, and what needs to be done between DMMU and Auditor General to ensure that this process is expedited and we know what is the actual position in the quickest possible time, because it helps us to plan and also to support the budget which can extinguish, because government, if government got services from those people, government should pay without fail. If they didn't get, they shouldn't pay. So those are some of the issues. That's why we are laboring to ensure that that is authenticated and verified. Then we can move forward to that effect. And also government owing a lot of money, owing FRA. I think it's important that reconciliations are done to that effect, and also back to back with DMMU, and also that way gives government the position in which now they can make informed decisions moving forward, because disasters, they will not stop. So we should ensure that we correct the past as we now make traction moving forward, to ensure that as a progressive nation, we have all these issues accounted for and also plan moving forward. So with those remarks, NC, we thank you for coming again with your team, and let's look at those dates. You can provide information, then we can call you back to come and finish up and also critically respond to some of these issues which have been raised by the honorable members of this committee. I thank you most sincerely. And now let me take this opportunity to lift the immunity which was conferred before you. That has been lifted, and you are free to go with your team. Thank you so much, and good afternoon. Thank you.
No te department.
Sweet melody.
Yo, Josie.
It's Jordan.
Good morning,
Sugar sounds,
Smart
baby.
on the beat,
All smart on it.
Radical. Apanale mamanje. Mutima wale mamanje. I can't take it no more. Kushasha na shasha. Olo sini madanda ula. Kutonsa na tonsa. Pinda mayezi ya pita. Apanale mamanje. I can't take it no more. Oh no.
Sugar sounds, baby. All smart on it.
Na 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 madingo. Yeah. God knows you try your level best. I'm meeting them I said my go boa go 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 bora. Mati vutampa chiteko. Okoma pali fanzi okomerera. When you turn to your right to your left, ubungo wona okomerera. Zuendera chibale kapena katangale. Mungati kumwamba Yehova watire mbera. Yes. Muntu ndani pano padziko anganeni no. Ena amaika chingira. Komangati kumwamba atereka yako iwe uipula. Be patient, bikira. Ngati mulungu sama muziva. Asamuziwira pa iwe. Ngati lesa sama muziva. Asamuziwira chayaba. Sana muone Father God in action. Asamuonera pa iwe. Chirero nyowa amaya samoto. Akafunze Mose. Panyanja mata kulambula nsevu. Akafunze Mose. Akala pasa identichete kumvetera mapempero ana ake. Oh Jehova amaona alikonzeka pansi patua. No rush achita zintu mundawi yake yoikika. Ambuye mulungu sachedwa chauta safulumila koma ndawi yake ikangokwana. Woderera zanzi wanzo ngati mulungu sama muziva. Asamuziwira pa iwe. Ngati resa sama muziva. Asamuziwira chiyapa. Sana muone Father God in action. Asamuonera pa iwe. Mikango enjala kumango tiangana. Akafuse Danieli. Fiko na eni timata kukwezega maudindo. Akafuse Yosefe. Kendeni fell. Musaka ikendi fell. Dok ana fire onine. Gati mulungu sama muziva. Asamuziwira pa iwe. Gati mulungu sama muziva. Asamuziwira chiyapa. Gati mpambe sana muone. Asamuonera pa iwe. Chirero nyowa amaya samoto. Panyanja mata kulambula nsevu. Akafunze Mose. Na madingo.
There were 59,439 registered cashew nut farmers in Western Province.
The situation as it is, I'm incapacitated.
The good people of Petauke, especially in Inika 1, where we don't have water.
This is now a serious risk on the people with Testezi. Last week we registered one maternal death.
Within the CDF, we can build palaces for all chiefs in our country.
Minister, when are we going to have money? When are we going to construct those?
Catch us live on DSTV channel 272, OTV channel 28, Topstar channel 5, or visit the National Assembly of Zambia Facebook page. Parliament Television, bringing Parliament closer to you.
You're watching the department's program on Parliament TV, a program that looks at the operations of various departments under the Office of the Clerk of the National Assembly of Zambia. Today we look at the Information and Communications Technology ICT Department, which is headed by the Principal Clerk, Mr. Mwaula Solopi. I'm your presenter, Matimba Mkoa. Mr. Solopi, welcome to the program.
Thank you very much, and welcome to the viewers as well.
Just to get us started, what is the ICT department all about?
The ICT department is an office within the office of the clerk, which is tasked with the responsibility of overseeing the digital transformation agenda for the institution. As you are aware, we are in the digital age, and so there is need to actually enhance the utilization of ICT services in order for us to be able to deliver internally and also to the general public. And so these services are basically developed, implemented, and maintained by the ICT department. We like saying that the ICT department is basically an enabler of various services, because we work with various departments in order to ensure that either we get to see how their processes are running so that we could be able to engage them and automate their processes, or maybe even develop new applications for them for efficient service delivery.
And what is your role as the principal clerk in the ICT department?
Well, firstly, I would say that as the principal clerk of ICT department, it's to provide leadership to the ICT team in order to be able to deliver on the institution's mandate for achieving the strategic ICT strategic objectives. And the other things that we're responsible for is to develop the strategic plan for the institution. That is the ICT strategic plan, deal with the budgeting, project management, contract management, and also identifying and planning the recruitment needs of the ICT department. In a nutshell, we would say it's to act on behalf of the management in implementing the ICT strategic vision of the institution.
What is the composition of the department, and how many officers do you have?
ICT department, as you know, it's not an aspect of a one-man show. It's obviously a department that comprises of, first of all, headed by the principal clerk, which turns out to be myself, and then we have two deputy heads, that each of them heads a particular section. So we have two sections within the ICT department, one that is responsible for training and support, and then the other one is responsible for operations. So the one that is responsible for training and support, that is where we provide various trainings within the institutions and also general support that we have, and that section is headed by Mr. Jeffrey Mumbi, who's actually currently holding that particular office, and under him is got various officers. The other one that is responsible for operations, which is basically the infrastructure of the institution, is headed by Mr. David Mlenga. And so that is how the structure is at the deputy head level with the two sections. Under each one of those, there are actually 4 different divisions that are there. So we have 2 senior support specialists, that one is responsible for the constituency offices and the other one is responsible for the Parliament main building and the motel. And then we also have another 2 that reports to the operations section. That is one which is a senior system security and network specialist, which is basically dealing with infrastructure, and the other one is actually the system analyst specialist. These ones are the ones that deal with the development of various applications within the institution. So these particular officers at senior assistant head level also have officers under them that help within the institution to be able to create a team that can actually now drive the digital transformation agenda for the institution. So this is how the composition and the structure of the department is.
Having talked about the composition of your department, how does your department ensure that the ICT equipment that is distributed to other departments, including the 156 constituencies, is running in good condition?
We're looking at the wide geographical expanse that we have, and each of the constituency offices is dotted in each of the 156 constituencies. The good thing is that management at this particular point has allowed us to set up within our infrastructure a unit that actually deals with the constituency offices, And so that is the one that is run with by the senior support specialist for constituencies. So what we have now is that we are able now to also support the people that are in the constituency offices. Firstly, we do remote support, obviously either by phone or even just the aspect of remotely logging onto the equipment in order for us to support the equipment. Next, we also have the annual maintenance that we have. Sometimes we do them twice in a year. We send officers on site to be able to go and do basic hygiene and maintenance of the equipment in the constituency offices. And also, there are also what we call walk-ins. The members of parliament, as they are coming to parliament here, or their administrative assistant, professional assistants, they actually come with the equipment and they do walk-ins and come and bring that equipment to the ICT department, and then we work on them. In terms of the ones that we have for the Parliament main building and the motel, those we provide on-site support because they are within just a short radius of the ICT department, and so officers are at hand to ensure that we have the smooth running of these particular sets of equipment.
Mr. Solopi, just to get more details, what is the role of the ICT officers in the chamber when the House is in session?
Part of the functions that we have within the chamber is that we've installed various sets of equipment that is to do with the PS systems. We also have the various other applications that we've developed within the chamber, that is the e-chamber system. And so that set of equipment has to be used in order for them to manage the plenary. So you might be aware that as members of parliament want to speak, they need to be able to indicate so that the Honorable Madam Speaker would be able to know which of the members are actually indicating to speak. They would actually need to do voting in times when there is a need for a voting session at any particular point in time. There are also times that they also need to register, in fact, for their attendance when they come into the sitting. And every person that is speaking on the floor is required to be timed, because you know parliamentary business is actually time bound. So each member is given a time slot. So all those systems in terms of attendance, in terms of request to speak, in terms of the timers, and even access to information and recording of some of those proceedings, they are handled by various systems that we've actually set up. And the officers that we've placed within the chamber, those act as the people that actually maintain that particular set of equipment. And also they act as our first line of support in case of any particular problem that happens there within the chamber, to be able to ensure that those systems are up and running.
How does your department contribute to the work or mandate of Parliament?
National Assembly has already set up an institution's strategic plan, which is a guide for how we are going to be able to execute everything else that is the strategic direction of the institution between now and obviously 2026. The current one runs up to 2026. And for the ICT department, what has basically happened is that we've been able to develop and implement an ICT strategic plan, which also is drawn from the main strategic plan of the institution. Now that spells out how the institution will be able to attain its digital transformation agenda in terms of what we are able to do, how do we communicate to the public, how do we give everything else to the various stakeholders in terms of building systems and where we want to see ourselves as an institution in terms of ICTs. And that particular mandate and the task to drive that particular strategic plan is what has been given to the ICT department. So the implementation of this strategic plan is what spells out what ICT would be able to do. You might wish to note that within that particular for the ICT services, we transformed, inclusive and responsive legislature. As you know, many people think that Parliament is a closed institution, and so we are trying to see how we can get the tools and e-services to the general public so that they can actually be able to interact more with the institution. So in trying to deal with that particular strategic plan, the ICT strategic plan, there is that vision, but there is also the two mission statements that are guiding the ICT department. And the first mission statement is to enable the timely delivery of services The services should be efficient, the services should be smart, and they should also be secure. And that is what we're dealing with in administratively, in terms of making efficiency of administrative functions. But there is also a second mission statement that is paramount, that is enhancing public participation and engagement. And we feel that even as ICTs, we should be able to provide tools and services that the general public would be able to utilize in order for them to be able to participate in the legislative processes of Parliament. And in that vein, the public should actually be ready to be on the lookout. I think there is a product that I know mostly we've been developing products for in-house in terms of for the members of Parliament and also for the staff. But there is actually an application that is coming out that the general public would actually be able to interact with our constituency offices, with our members of Parliament, and so they should be on the lookout to be able to see this particular application that will be launched and released to the public for them to be able to actually engage. And that's how within ICT we are able to deal with the issue of connecting into the vision for the institution.
What are your final remarks?
I would like to thank, I think, management for this program that they basically set up in terms of being able to have Parliament open its doors to be able to showcase to the public what exactly is happening within the various departments. I think that brings to light everyone else being able to see what Parliament is, and it means that it's now more inclusive in terms of what we would have. And maybe just as a closing remark, I would want to urge all the members of the public there to please continue watching Parliament TV so that you could actually learn a lot more about how Parliament functions and the various other ways in which you could be able to engage with these particular institutions.
Mr. Solopi, would like to thank you for making appearance on this program.
Thank you very much.
There you have it, viewers. You've been watching the department's program under the Office of the Clerk of the National Assembly of Zambia, and today our focus was the ICT department, which is headed by the Principal Clerk, Mr. Solopi. Until next time, have been your presenter, Matimba Mkoa. Keep watching Parliament Television. You're watching the department's program on Parliament Television, a program that looks at the operations of various departments under the Office of the Clerk at the National Assembly of Zambia. Today, our focus is the Parliamentary Broadcasting Department, which is headed by the Principal Clerk, Ms. Kashimbi Limata. I am your presenter, Matimba Mkoa. Ms. Limata, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Matimba.
Just to get us started, kindly brief us on your role as the Principal Clerk, Parliamentary Broadcasting Department.
My role as the Principal Clerk of Parliamentary Broadcasting Department is to supervise all the work that goes on in the Parliamentary Broadcasting Department. The department is charged with the main responsibility of ensuring the live broadcast of parliamentary proceedings on Parliament TV and radio. So as Principal Clerk, my task is to ensure that all the operations in the department are working efficiently and effectively to ensure that this service is always available when Parliament is sitting.
What is the composition of the department and how many officers do you have?
In the department, we are 19 officers. There is myself as a principal clerk, and there is a deputy principal clerk in charge of television, and there is another deputy principal clerk in charge of radio. Then away from the deputy principal clerks, we have one executive producer, one producer, we have 4 presenters that also double as announcers, we have one graphic artist, we have one video editor, we have one TV director, we have 3 camera persons, and we have 1 engineer and 2 technicians. The total of that number should give us 19. That's the composition of the department.
How many sections are in your department?
In our department, we have 2 main sections. That's Parliament Television and Parliament Radio. But I may hasten to also mention that we have another key unit in the department, which is the technical unit. And this is a unit that works to ensure that all the technical aspects of our broadcasting on TV and radio is up to speed, and that this service is always available.
Having talked about the sections that are in your department, how does the department contribute to the work and mandate of Parliament?
The Parliamentary Broadcasting Department, like any other department at the National Assembly, feeds into the mainstream of the National Assembly of Zambia. Our main mandate is to ensure the live broadcast of parliamentary proceedings. Then, as an institution, we have a strategic plan that we all fall under. As an institution, we have evolved over the years, and the National Assembly of Zambia has been undertaking various reforms. These reforms have been done to meet the aspirations of the Zambian people. As you know, we're a people's parliament, so whatever we do should strive to meet the aspirations of the Zambian people. So actually, the broadcasting department was birthed out of the parliamentary reforms, and these reforms aimed at taking Parliament closer to the people. Then I'll move on to the strategic plan. So as an institution, we have a strategic plan. This plan outlines where we want to be as an institution. So this strategic plan runs from 2022 to 2026. So in the strategic plan, the Parliamentary Broadcasting Department falls under Pillar 2. And this Pillar 2's main aim is to ensure public participation. We are a democratic country, and in any democratic society, the people are the center. So public participation for us as a department is very important through the broadcast of the proceedings of the House as it meets lives. But then I should also mention that we broadcast away from the live proceedings of the House. We also broadcast committee meetings, because then committee meetings are also another key component in the work of Parliament, so that people know that away from the chamber, which they watch on Parliament TV or listen to on radio, the members of Parliament also have got other responsibilities. There's a lot of work that goes on in committees. And also that's our other responsibility on behalf of the institution, to ensure that the Zambian people are able to see what members of Parliament do in committees. Then also, another mandate that we undertake on behalf of the institution of Parliament is sensitization and education. So we do a lot of sensitization programs. Like, for example, this interview in itself is an education program, because people will be able to have a better understanding of what the Parliamentary Broadcasting Department does, just like we have done a lot of other programs of other departments. So to us, this is very important, because then it sensitizes the people. They get to have a better understanding on what actually happens here at Parliament. Then we also have got a lot of other education programs that border on education, that border on health, that border on the environment. But more so, as I talked about Pillar 2, which is public participation. As a broadcasting department, we also provide information on avenues on which the public can participate in the work of Parliament. Like, for example, we have a number of programs on Parliament TV and on Parliament Radio, where we give an opportunity to members of the public to call in, to ask questions, to seek clarity on various aspects that affect them. So for us, this is very important because then we're acting as a bridge between the public and the institution of Parliament. So this is how we feed into the mandates that we've been given by the National Assembly of Zambia management.
What are your final remarks?
Well, before I get into my final remarks, let me take advantage of this interview to advertise the platforms on which people can find or access Parliament TV and radio. So Parliament TV is accessible on the Topstar platform, the DSTV, and the GoTV platform. When the house is in session, we also do live streaming on Facebook. Then Parliament Radio is accessible in Lusaka on 92.5 FM, and it's also accessible in some selected towns where we've been able to extend our coverage. But for those that do not have the coverage of Parliament Radio, they can also stream our Parliament Radio on our website. So these are the platforms on which people can follow, and I want to appeal to the Zambian public to take keen interest in what is happening in the Parliament, because they are the ones who elected their representatives to come and speak on their behalf. And whatever it is that they discuss in Parliament is supposed to be for the benefit of all of us as Zambian people. So those are my concluding remarks. Let the Zambian people continue following Parliament TV and continue following Parliament Radio.
Ms. Limata, would like to thank you for giving us this opportunity to come and learn more about the broadcasting department in the National Assembly of Zambia.
Thank you very much, Matimba.
There you have it, viewers. You've been watching the department's program under the Office of the Clerk at the National Assembly of Zambia. And today our focus was the Parliamentary Broadcasting Department, which is headed by the Principal Clerk, Ms. Kashimbi Limata. Until next time,